Ladies and gents, if you could find back into the hall, please.
Implement a project inaitwa Green Champions for Change. Now this Green Champions for Change inakuwa implemented in 3 counties in Kwale, West Pokot na Nyandarua. Na tumekuja hapa siku ya leo kwa sababu initially tulikuwa tumekuja kufanya a baseline study to collect data on what is missing, on what are the climate risks, what are the climate hazards, what are some of the vulnerabilities that women and youth and people living with disabilities are facing. Now we found out that the main challenge in Nyandarua and also across the 3 counties ni climate awareness, and that's what we came here to do. We came here to educate the community on what is climate change, what are some of the adaptation strategies, what are the mitigation measures, and what are some of the solutions that need to be, what are some of the climate actions that women, youth, and people living with disabilities need to take into place. Na pia the main aim of this project is to ensure that women, all marginalized groups, women, people living with disabilities, and youth are involved in all the climate processes. Climate processes ni kama vitu za public participation, the pre-budget meetings. So we are educating the community on how to participate, what are the priorities, and what should they tell the leaders, because now that we have a new government, it is time to refresh them with our ideas and advocate for policies that favor the needs and priorities of women, not only women but also youth, people living with disabilities.
Na kwa mara nyingi tumekuwa tukihimiza county governments zitekeleze ama manake wako na jukumu ya kutekeleza ama kutengeneza zile sheria za mabadiliko ya tabia nchi ama climate change. Manake tuko na Climate Change Act ya 2016 ambayo ilidevelopiwa at the national level na inafaa sasa counties zione. Counties 39 ambazo kwa hivi sasa wametengeneza climate change policies, bills or maybe laws and also finance regulations. Na wakati ambapo wakitengeneza hizo kwa sasa hivi tuna zile ufadhili ama grants ambazo actually ni loan ambayo inatoka kwa World Bank ambayo inakuja kufanya maybe kuangalia mambo za climate change, tunaita FLOCA. Na kwa hivi sasa zile counties ambazo zimeweka mikakati halisi ili kuensure that wako na climate change policies and acts, then wanataka kupewa ufadhili huo so that isaidie watu wa county, watu tofauti ambao wanaathirika wakati ambapo tumekuwa na athari za climate change ama mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Kwa hivyo counties wanahimizwa wakuwe na hizo policies na regulations so that waone jinsi ambavyo wanaweza saidia wananchi. So kwa hivi sasa the National Treasury iko in the process together, wanashirikiana na Ministry of Environment na Forestry together na Climate Change Directorate to ensure that wana establish what tunaita county climate change finance units. Na hizi finance units zinafaa ziende hadi kule mashinani ambapo tunafaa tukuwe na ward climate change planning committees, na hizi climate change planning committees ndizo zinaenda maybe kabidhiwa zile hela na waone miradi tofauti tofauti zile ambazo wanaweza fanya katika jamii. Kwa hivyo kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanakuja, lakini kama ukipata kama county haijaweka mikakati halisi, then itakuwa ni tatizo. Hawezi, maybe huenda wasipate zile hela.
Huu mradi katika hii project na shirika la Crown Trust ni kuwainua wamama, kuwawezesha, kusaidiana na kupaza sauti zao zisikike. Na haya masomo tunayoyapitia hapa ni tunatafuta ni jinsi gani kila mwananchi ama kila jamii itasikika kuhusiana na mambo mazima ya mbadiliko wa mazingira.
Yeah. Sasa tumefundishwa vile tunaweza kwenda kurudisha watu, na tumejua ile tabu iko hapa Nyandarua, kwa sababu hatujaitwa mkutano kama huu. Hata hakuna MCA ambaye ashatuita mkutano kujulisha sisi juu ya climate change. Lakini sasa tuchajua ati tukienda kwa governor's office tutakuta hiyo kitu iko huko, na sasa tutaanza kwenda kujadilia juu ya hiyo climate change. Tutamuita minister ambaye ni anahusika na climate change in the office of the governor.
Wakati mazingira inachafuliwa alafu hewa inabadilika, kunakuwa na njaa. Sawa? Kiangazi kinakuwa sana wakati ambapo kunafaa kunyeshe. Mvua inakuwa nyingi wakati ambapo tunahitaji jua.
Tulikuwa tumekuja kuelimishwa kuhusu mazingira, vile tutakuwa tukishughulikia mazingira yetu.
Sisi kama vijana tuko na changamoto nyingi kwa sababu hatujui mambo ya climate change. Baada ya mbadiliko wa hali ya nchi unapotokea, vijana huwa tunabaki tu kwamba hatuna la kufanya, na vile vile wengine huwa wanajiunga kwa vikundi vya vibaya, na vile vile pia kuna ukosefu wa ajira inazidi kuathiri vijana. Lakini sasa tukiona kwamba shirika hili linapokuja ama ambao limekuja hapa sasa hivi, kwanza limeweza kutufungua macho kuhusiana na mambo ya climate change, na vile vile pia limeweza kutufungua macho kuhusiana na mambo na budget na mambo ya public participation. Pia vile vile tumeweza kusoma kuhusiana na sheria ambazo zimeweza kutungwa mwaka 2016, ambapo sheria hiyo ni kwamba kuna pesa kule ambako ziliweza kupitishwa kwa makundi ya vijana.
Mali ya kaunti lazima ipangwe vizuri, kila watu, kila jamii yote akue asafiwe na haki yao. Kama ni minority, kama watu wa Cherang'any apewe haki yao, kama ni MCA ipewe, sababu minority always tunasahau na katiba anachunga kila mtu katika hii Kenya. Kila mtu akue na haki yake, ndio pesa ya serikali isafu kila mtu.
Hali ya hewa tumeshafundishwa vile tutakabiliana naye juu ya kutoharibu mito yetu, alafu tusije kukatakata mito ovyo. Tukifanya hivyo maji
It's very good.
Waheshimiwa for leading the way and setting the pace for these discussions. Tunashukuru sana. Thank you. Nakuona Mheshimiwa Waziri hapo. Endelea kwa nasi. The rest of us, now we are delving into now the technicalities of gender. Tukisikia climate change, early in the morning, we put on unpack climate change around how it the intersectionality vile inadhuru wa climate change, vile inadhuru wa mama, wanaume, vijana na wasichana. Tumesema madhara ya climate change ina madhara tofauti kwa kila mmoja wetu kwa jamii yetu. So let's dive into that discussion, and I have my very able panelists, very able, well versed with this topic of discussion. But as before we start, I'll ask them to tell us their work around gender and climate change very quickly in 30 seconds. We'll start with you, Vicky.
Looks like, oh yeah. Thank you very much. My name, like you've heard, is Vicky Betty Chepkorir. I work at Kenya Water Towers Agency, mitigation and adaptation, particularly focusing on women, and I think we'll have time to unpack that. I'm also a scholar researching around issues of climate change and women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Dr.
Is it morning or afternoon? Good afternoon. Good afternoon, those at the back. So my name is Andriana Mbandi. My middle name is Mudeu. I'm actually from Kitui County, residing in Nairobi County. This morning I'm representing, or this afternoon I'm representing UNEP, Regional Office for Africa. My passions are education, engineering, and entrepreneurship. So to that, actually, my name is, I'll repeat again, Dr. Engineer Andriana Mudeu Mbandi. So I'm hoping to take you on this journey through.
My name is Anne Songole. Very happy to be with all of you wonderful women of Kenya. I work at Femnet. Femnet is Pan-African. Femnet. Poleni, and we have a minute. Okay, Femnet is a Pan-African women's rights organization, a network across Africa. I'm happy to be here. My work revolves around energy, climate change, and of course, as the climate justice coordinator, I do a lot of work across Africa. Very happy to be here to talk about mabadiliko ya tabia nchi.
Shukrani sana. So over to you, Vicky. Please break down what we mean by climate change and the effects of climate change to the population.
Thank you very much. Climate change is a complex subject. I don't know if that scares you enough because I could hear the conversations that we had in the morning. And I know the struggles that we have as scientists to explain what climate change is. In 1 minute, I will start by explaining what greenhouse gases are. 3 things that I want to explain, break it down to our level today. Greenhouse gases, kwa sababu vile nilisikia kina mama wakiulizwa mwanzoni climate change ni nini, nilipenda vile wanaelewa kwa level yao. Na ningependa kuleta sayansi in a very simplified way in 1 minute. Wakati tunasema kuna global warming, kuna climate change, tunapoteza watu wengi. Lakini ile inasababisha global warming na climate change ni hewa inaitwa greenhouse gases. Wamama mnisaidie kusema greenhouse gases. Leo mimi ni mwalimu mpaka niisikie tena greenhouse gases. Sisi wote tushaiona greenhouse. Si hata wengine tuko nao nyumbani. Wakati unaingia ndani ya greenhouse wakati kama sasa, utapata kwamba ndani iko na joto nyingi kuliko nje. Si ni kweli? Kwa sababu teknolojia ya kujenga greenhouse ni kwamba inakubali jua iingie ndani lakini inakataa itoke. In English, we say solar radiation penetrates, but it does not go back. And that is what brings the warming effect in the greenhouse. Sasa ndio kwa hii sayansi yetu na Kiingereza mingi, tukaanza kuita hizo gases zenye inasababisha climate change greenhouse gases. Kwa nini? Iko tu na effect kama hiyo ya greenhouse yenye iko nyumbani. Hii gases ambazo ziliwekwa kwa atmosphere wakati the industrialized countries were developing, inaitwa dirty gases. Ilienda ikatengeneza layer yenye inakaa kama blanketi. Sisi wote jioni tutatumia blanketi. Sasa hizo gases, mojawapo ni carbon dioxide, ingine ni methane, ingine ni sayansi nyingi yenye sitasema leo because it's too complex. Ilienda pale ikatengeneza layer kama blanketi. Inafanya kazi kama greenhouse. Kwa hivyo jua itafanya nini? Itaingia to the earth, lakini haitafanya nini? Haitafanya nini? Thank you very much. Lesson number 1 done. Sasa ukisikia wanasayansi wakisema greenhouse gases wanamaanisha carbon dioxide, methane, ambayo iliwekwa pale kwa environment, inakubali jua ingie ndani lakini haitoki, and in the process inaongeza temperature on the earth surface. Ndio hiyo inaitwa global warming. Can you all say global warming? Pande hii siski. Can you all say global warming? Thank you. Na sasa global warming, hiyo temperature yenye imeongezeka by about 2 degrees Celsius. My director this morning talked about it. Ndio sasa imesababisha kitu inaitwa climate change. The effects of climate change are a lot. But the commonest, in another 1 minute, ni hii yenye sisi wote tumeona kama nchi and as a continent. Maneno ya drought. Si Kenya imekuwa ikipitia ukame, the worst in 40 years. That is because of climate change. Ingine ni maneno ya flooding. Wakati kutanyesha mvua kubwa, maji yote itaenda, itatusababishia mafuriko. That is the second effect of climate change. The third effect of climate change ni high temperatures that cause what we call heat waves. And this year, Australia actually recorded the highest ever average temperature of about 50.3 degrees Celsius. 50. The heat waves involved have catastrophic effects. We will talk about it shortly. But that is an effect of climate change, heat waves. The other one are wildfires. Now you understand why Australia was burning. Because the temperatures were so high. Here in Kenya, we've had the Abadeas burning. I've had people come from Nyandarua and Central Kenya. Abadea has been burning. A lot of it is because of the drought and the climate change effects of wildfires. The other thing that happens from climate change is rising sea and ocean levels. When we were in Egypt, we met women who told us that their homes got submerged. In Mombasa, we are starting to have an increase in ocean level, but not as big as the one that we had in Rift Valley lakes. If you have anybody who comes from Baringo, anybody who has visited Lake Nakuru recently, even their gate at the park was submerged. That rise in sea, ocean, lake level is an effect of climate change. And I think I'll stop there. Mine was just to try and break down so that Mheshimiwa Waithera stood here and asked a question which always keeps me reflecting. One of my contributions to the climate change agenda as a scientist, I have dedicated myself to break down those concepts so that we start to understand what it means to you as a person and a household. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Asante sana, Vicky. Dr. Mbadi, could you kindly tell us how now air pollution comes in as one of also the contributing factors to climate change? And then in 1 minute, and then Anne, you'll now dive into the differentiated effects of climate change in the gender discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I've been asked to talk about air pollution. But before I do that, I want to go back. I know we have talked about COP27 and the meeting in Sharm el-Sheikh. And in case you're wondering what that is a meeting held every year to ensure that we are in the pathway to ensure that we don't have the impacts that we have from climate change. So it means your leaders were there to make sure that the commitments that you have made as Kenya, the obligations we have that we meet them, but also globally that they do. Now, just to give you an update, His Excellency, our President, was there. The Cabinet Secretary was also there. The Governor, Dr. Pacifica, was also stride that has been made at COP27, has been one that has been lauded and one that has taken 30 years to get there. It is for the impacts that we have for climate change. Now, here in Nairobi, in Kenya, what does it mean for us? How can we ensure that we tap into this even as it becomes a reality? And air pollution or air quality, the air we breathe, is one of those pathways. Why? You heard my colleague from Stockholm Environment Institute talk about particulate matter 2.5. She called it PM 2.5. Nobody asked, what is that? What is PM 2.5? She then talked about soot and then black carbon. Now I want you to think when we cook at home, or when you have a motorcycle running or a car running, that black substance that you see that comes when you burn, that's black carbon, that is soot. Particulate matter is so small that your hair, just one hair, is 20 times, 30 times bigger, sometimes 100 times bigger than that particle body, from your brain to your toes. It affects you, it affects women more, it affects children, it affects vulnerable members of our society. And it comes from waste, it comes from the energy we use, it comes from transport, it comes from agriculture. So this air pollution is also a contributant to greenhouse gases that Daktari has just talked about. And that is a crucial link. How the air that we breathe. That means as you're contributing to ensure that you have cleaner air, that you're also contributing towards mitigation of climate change. You're reducing climate change impacts. But crucially also, it's linked to resilience and adaptation. So what is my message? We're also talking about hundreds of years going forward, but we're talking about immediate. When you talk about actions for clean air, we are talking about now. And clean air is the great equalizer. It is the air that we breathe. And when you act on clean air, you're also acting on climate change. But also the poorer members of our communities.
I always get impressed when women express themselves so powerfully in a scientific manner and a socially accepted manner. So over to you, Anne. What they have explained, they have talked about floods, drought, air pollution, wildfires, and all that. Please help us understand how this affects women and men, boys and girls differently.
Okay. Asante sana Elijoi, asante kwa pasio sisi ndo tumejiletea. Hii climate change imeletwa na maindustria, imeletwa na hizi nations inaitwa developed imeleta. So ni kuelewa kwamba sio Mungu ametufanya tumepata drought, sio mambo ya Mungu, maindustria. Na hawa enzi zile za kale, na wale hawa tunawaita global north, walizianzisha, hao ndio wakoloni wa kale pia. So kwanza ni kuelewa hiyo. Na haya manchi yaliyo na maindustria kubwa ndio waliahidi kutupatia sisi wa nchi zinazoendelea pesa ya kufadhili kuweza kwetu kukabiliana na hali ya tabia nchi. Na pia hasara na uharibifu umetuadhiri kwa sababu ya hii hali ya tabia nchi. So kwanza ni hiyo. Ya pili ni tunaelewa jinsi haya mabadiliko ya tabia nchi yanaathiri akina mama, yanaathiri vijana, watoto na watu wa kiasili wanaoishi kwa maforest, na wale waliotengwa, watu wanaoishi mbali. So ni lazima tulipokuwa COP27 huko Sharm el Sheikh, tuliona watu wakisema ya kwamba, manchi yakisema ya kwamba wanataka kutusaidia kufanya maneno ya jinsia, kwa sababu wanajua hii maneno ya jinsia inatusumbua sana, na haya mambo ya climate change. Na sasa tunakuja kusema huko COP walikuja wakasema ni hivi, watatupatia walikuwa wanakongamana na walikuwa wanaongea kuhusu mambo ya jinsia. So wakasema hivi, wakasema ya kwamba wanataka kukuwe na pesa ya kudeal na maneno ya climate change yenye yanaambatana na maneno ya jinsia. So hiyo kudeal nayo walisema watakuja na kitu inaitwa gender action plan. Na hii gender action plan imekuwa na tumekuwa tukisema tunataka pesa ndio tuweze kufanya maneno yaliyoandikwa kwa hii gender action plan. Lakini vile tulienda huko, lakini walisema watatupea na wakaendelea kuongea juu ya haya mambo, Na tunajua ni akina mama ndio saa zile kuna mafuriko, ni akina mama wanapelekwa wapi huko, au ndo wakihama kwa manyumba zao wako na shida huko nje, wanaweza pata hata sexual violence wakiwa huko nje. Na tunajua pia ni akina mama hata hadithi kutoka huko Nigeria, unasikia hata akina mama wamepata shida kubwa sana kwa hayo maji, wamekuwa na mafuriko shule kukiwa na haya madhara. Na kuna vitu vingi sana, wamama ndo wanatembea mbali sana kutafuta maji. So haya madhara ni climate change. Na nitamalizia nikisema kuna madhara mengi mengine, lakini climate change sio sisi ndo tumecause tafadhali. Na ni sisi ndo ni lazima tusimame tuseme tupatieni hela zetu za hii climate change yenye nyinyi mmesababisha na mtupatie sasa. Asante.
Thank you very much. Mmesikia hayo? Makofi kwa wote. Asante sana. As a parting shot, so that we welcome one question from the floor. Please, in 5 seconds, if you can, please tell us what your ministry is doing in terms of addressing gender and climate change vulnerability, what UNEP is doing, and what FEMNET is doing. 5 seconds. Thank you very much. The biggest that the Ministry of Environment is doing is climate change mitigation. Tree planting that has now been moved to tree growing. And I was saying yesterday on NTV that tree planting ilikuwa kupanda mti na kwenda. Mtu yeyote anaweza kufanya hiyo. Lakini hii sasa yenye unasikia rais akisema inaitwa growing, ni kama kulea mtoto. Na sifikiri kuna watu wengine wanaweza kulea kuliko wamama. Si ni namna hiyo? So mimi tukiwa pale ministry ninaona kwamba in the future women will take a more active role in tree growing. Second and most important is that the ministry is supporting the UNFCCC conversations. The director was here earlier and she talked about how we have positioned ourselves as a country to do that. A lot of people were there to negotiate. So there's a lot that's happening in the country. The ministry has also brought the Climate Change Act of 2016 and a lot of other good things. The last thing that I will say is that as the ministry is supporting tree planting, let's look at the tree that you grow not as government property. You need it to breathe, like Dr. Adriana has said. You need it for firewood. You need it for a shade. So I'd really like to ask women to personalize tree planting because it is our part to improve our nutrition levels in the households. Sindio? Watoto wakisikia njaa wanakimbia pala tu mwenyewe unachuna matunda unakula, tuna improve our health. Over to you. Thank you very much, Vicky. Over to you, Dr. Adriana.
Thank you very much. So in terms of planning, UNEP supports policy making around the world, specifically on the continent. Here in Kenya, we look at 3 pillars. Second pillar is climate change, and that links very closely to air pollution, as I've just explained. Then the last one is pollution, which also includes water pollution, soil, and air pollution. So those are the 3 pillars that UNEP is working on the continent, including in Kenya. We've just heard from Honorable Waithera that we've been working on the Clean Air Act for Nairobi, and we've been doing those so for a number of years. We've done the policy, the act, and the next is the regulation. So important is that you need a policy framework to actually to have enforcement and compliance to make sure that we are all breathing clean air in Nairobi and all African cities. So Nairobi in this case is a pilot city, which means it's been a good example in setting the framework. Going forward is to ensure the implementation is in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And implementation comes with funding allocation. Thank you. Over to
Okay. Thank you so much. Ni vizuri tufanye vile vitu tunaweza fanya kwa sasa ndio to deal na mambo ya climate change kivyetu. Ni vizuri tupande miti, ni vizuri tufanye agroecology na mambo kama hayo. But this is what I will say that we are doing as Femnet. We have a project called African Activists for Climate Justice. And through that project, we are working in 8 countries, Kenya included, across sub-Saharan Africa. What we are doing, we are building movements around for climate justice with women's rights organizations in these 8 countries. We are also influencing policies around land. Of course, the policies that are important for women, these are land, social protection, climate, and energy, and all this. And in these 8 countries, we are also building movements with indigenous people, with communities at the front lines of the crisis, with youth, and with other marginal communities. And of course, part of what we're also doing as Femnet is the African Feminist Academy for Climate Justice, which is an annual event where we use feminist popular education to make sure that people understand the crisis as the capitalist crisis that it is. And then we also do what is called a feminist COP27, and this is a COP27 where we bring in all the feminist voices from the global south, and we talk about climate justice, and we prepare for how we go to COP27. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. You can see the commitment in terms of creating awareness, funds for policy, and the actual work in terms of what needs to be done to help improve maisha yetu na to avoid the effects of climate change. You wanted to say something?
Thank you so much, Chair, for indulging me. So the other thing I didn't mention, my other life, I'm actually a teacher. I'm a lecturer at the Southeastern Kenya University. Now, I want to implore you, part of the injustice and inequality in climate change is because there is not enough women in the scientific space to actually take on the scientific evidence building that is needed to support policy and ensure we have financing. Now, the women and the men in this room, please ensure that our children, as they go to school, they prioritize STEM education. That is science, technology, engineering, mathematics. And this comes from a girl born in Kitui who went to school in Kitui, both primary and high school, who is currently now an engineer with a doctorate. Take your children to school, make sure they take those subjects and take it to the highest level. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Back to you. Any questions? At least one, at most two, kwa sababu ya masaa. Thank you.
Nancy, you can, oh, there you are. You can give her the mic.
In Budalangi, Busia, I've been a member of a county assembly. My concern was the presentation as well of the Lake Victoria. I speak as someone who is actually affected directly because I'm a widow. I had my home there at the beach, but the backflow ate into the home. I lost my home, but thank God for me, I'm empowered enough. I was a member of the county assembly. I relocated into town, so I live in Busia town. But there are those families that were not. Kila mtu anapata gorogoro yake mbili, nenda zako. Vile utaanza maisha, munasikia kila mwaka tuko kwa news. Mafuriko Budalangi, mafuriko kule Ahero. Lakini vile lake ilianza kurudi nyuma na kukula sasa shamba zetu, tulishindwa tutaenda wapi, na ndio hiyo nduru tunapiga. You talked about justice and compensation. Tunalilia nani? Kwa sababu serikali itakupatia tu hiyo gorogoro mbili. Shamba yako, vile ulipoteza hizo ng'ombe zako na mali yako yote, saa tuko tunaona ukamwe, hakuna mtu anashughulika. Yaani mimi nimesikia hiyo uchungu kwa sababu mimi binafsi nimepoteza boma mzima. Sasa tunalilia nani? Nani atatulipa?
Thank you. Who wants to respond to that?
Yeah, I think we'll take the second question. Yeah?
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. Wonderful analysis by the panelists and wonderful presentation as well. I'm Malasen Hamida from Mazingira Women Initiative, founder and ED, coming from Kibra constituency. Now, I've heard you talk about the representative from the Ministry of Environment. Our focus currently is adaptation and mitigation of climate change effects. Now, we have these rains that are forthcoming, and these are going to be short rains. They will disappear very soon. But unfortunately, we've left the waters, it is just runaway water. We are not tapping into this water. Serious rainfall in Nairobi County, but the water is not harvested, neither is it actually reserved for the Nairobi residents. Bearing in mind, Nairobi County depends on water from Murang'a County. The neighboring Machakos County does not have water. Kajiado does not have water. What are the strategies in line with water saving and how best we can actually reserve water? On matters tree planting, now we have transitioned to tree growing. Mazingira Women has got 500,000 fruit trees project, and we are 10,000 down. Now, the government, I had the president and I was very impressed as somebody who actually did not have an opportunity to go to COP27, but I had an opportunity to go to COP24. 500,000 billion trees. What is the numbers for Nairobi County so that we can actually start to domesticate and actually implement at our county? And is the government ready to support us, to support them? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Very, very, very good
Just
question.
two more and I'll close it there.
Thank you.
Do you want to take these questions first, or will you take all of them?
We take all of them.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let's keep our questions short, please.
Okay, for the wonderful presentations from our sisters. I'm called Stella Lochodo. I come from Turkana County. And in as much as we are talking about climate change, I take myself as the most affected of the county I come from, because the extremity in each climate change is affecting the Turkana community cannot be compared with any other county in Kenya. When it is flooding, it's extreme floods in its extremity. When it's drought, it eats Turkana, and every year you hear Kenya for Kenyans, people taking food to Turkana, and successive governments have never come to an ending solution to these problems. And when I heard my sister saying that we did not create this climate change, it was created from elsewhere. And I'm left to wonder, because recently I was in Lake Turkana, and the extent at which the lake is just breeding towards where people are living and flooding away houses, homes, and even the crocodiles flooding from the islands that they were living, coming and threatening human lives and activities. It's so worrying. And the human activities, because of our poverty and being affected by the climate change, is what is affecting us so much. Last, we are affected with our neighbors, because when we talk about the Turkana side, or we migrate to Sudan, and those ones, they take us like invaders now. The fights now ensue. The community and the international war arise just because of climate change. The Pokos from the other side now, they go towards the Turkana side, maybe there are some places that are grass. And from there, you hear Askaris being killed, you hear people being killed, people being displaced, all because of climate change. I am here today representing the Turkana community and all the counties that are affected in the ASAL areas, so that I can learn from the rest of Kenya and see how we can work hand in hand and improve. And at least when we cry about climate change, we cry like the people in Nairobi are crying, or the people in Trans Nzoia are crying, not in extremity. Thank you very much.
Okay, the last one. Address it.
Thank you. I'm Elvira Songoro from Slum Dwellers International, Kenya. You've talked about climate funds. How do we ensure that these funds are accessible to people in informal settlements or people who are coming from areas like West Pokot? Thank you.
Ellie Joy?
Thank you very much, Olive. Thank you everyone for your question. Vicky, to respond.
We are informed much of the trees will be planted here. 5 billion, after which 10 billion. So by 2032, we are looking at a target of 15 billion tree seedlings. That's huge. But how the ministry is approaching this is that it is basing it on an assessment of tree cover, because we have statistics of tree cover per county. We don't have time to go through all that, but I've just quickly pulled out, and Nairobi is at 13.74%. Nyeri is usually the leading. If there's anybody from Nyeri here, we need to congratulate them. They're at 40.89. Siaya, on the other hand, is the least county with the least tree cover of 0.23%. So my sister, what's going to happen is that a lot of emphasis will be given to those counties that have the least tree cover. The second question was on water harvesting. It's very unfortunate that as a country, and indeed as a continent, we've not taken advantage of rainwater harvesting. And when you look at anything climate change at the moment that's talking about adaptation, it's reminding us what we needed to have done 50 years. Because ile maji tu yenye ilinyesha akiwa ndani. Understood this disconnect. And when he was in Sharm el-Sheikh, he had a conversation with the British Prime Minister, and he was able to negotiate resource harvesting for irrigation. So I feel like we are starting to have it right as a country, because when God has given us the blessings of rain, it doesn't sound right, even morally, for people to go again to the river to go and fetch the same commodity that they were sheltering from. So there are initiatives that are ongoing, but my request, and this I say to women every time we meet, in your own small way as a household, try as much as you can, as you wait for government to support, try as much as possible to get 100-liter water reservoir, 1,000 if you can, so that you are able to provide good quality water to your household. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to add on to that, if Nyandarua is represented here, Nyandarua County, when you were crisscrossing the country doing the baseline, the county has taken the initiative of providing vulnerable households with seedlings, fruit tree seedlings, and water harvesting tanks. So you can borrow a leaf from that and what Madam Vicky has.
The questions in as little time as possible. I understand these questions are around lunchtime and you know, engage them, okay? All right.
Thank you. Very quickly, 2 seconds each.
2 seconds. Climate finance. The money is there. You need to access it. How to access it? Often we talk about small to medium-sized businesses, which we know is the backbone of our economy. We also talk about civil societies that are already organized to be able to access these funds. And the latest entry that is being recognized in the global circles and including also domestic is the informal sector. So really what we should call it is the sector that provides services, crucial services in energy, in clean cooking, in agriculture, transport, and waste. Those are the critical sectors that are already identified. Write the proposals we are here to support, write the concept notes, bring them together, bring it to UNEP, which is an agency that can receive some of these funds. NEMA, our agency, is one of that, and the Treasury. So the money is here. We need to access it. Thanks.
But we need more. There's a loss and damage financing facility that is being discussed. How can you be involved? There's a transitional committee that has been set up. These are the things we were discussing at COP27. Your input is very important at LOCBA, talking about some of those mechanisms. What I want to say is that it's a coal and oil that the industries in the global north used. Those are the ones that have caused the climate crisis. And coming back to Budalangi, these are extreme weather events that will continue to experience. So it's really not your fault, and we should seek more. But as they said, we are actually around, and you could just talk to us about some of this.
Thank you very much, my very able panelists, for these very good conversations, and you all for your participation. They're still here, but the question will be, how do we get to where you are? Because by the time you get a letter to UNEP, by the time you get to government, you have the platforms that Crown Trust has created and has brought or made you come to this convention. Please use those channels to get this kind of information, because already Crown Trust has already started engaging these conversations at the grassroots, county level, and now national level convention. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Ellie Joy, at this rate, you will put me out of a job. Brilliantly done. And I'd like to thank our panelists as well. Anne says, show me the money. All right, so thank you very much, and you can step down. I'd like to call up our next panel, and even as they come up, let me first call up our spoken word presenter of the day. Sorry, Anne Mumbua. Anne Mumbua, I'll give you 5 minutes. You can come up, and as she comes up, to come up the stairs. That is, first of all, the moderator of the next session. That is the ward representative for the Nairobi South B ward, and that is Waithera Chege. She's no stranger at this point to the stage. We'll also have Sam Shivaji, who is the CEO, Kenya Water and Sanitation Civil Society Network. Nairobi Water is represented by Mbuto Mwaura. We have Josephat Karomi, who is the chair, Kamkunji Environment Conservation Champions, and Dr. Jasper Omwenga of NEMA. I had NEMA mentioned it, and it was said they have some of these compensation funds. We'll hear from them. You can come stand here. I'll invite you and your panelists to come up and take your seats. And what rules of engagement? Are we clapping or are we snapping? Because I hear when it's spoken word, we do like this, right? You ready? Okay. Is she audible?
When he was addressing the nation about the drought and famine situation in this country. It is reported that this is the worst experienced drought in the last 40 years. 40 years. So we can say the drought has been 40 years in the making, right? Our people are dying, our children are dying, our livestock are dying, and not even the wildlife has been spared. Our rivers are dying, our dams are drying, and the land has nothing to offer to us. But slowly and surely, we have been causing this situation by carelessly and continuously destroying the environment that we live in, by polluting the air that we breathe and the water that we drink. I mean, man is the biggest cause for global warming, so why do we cry when it's time to reap the harvest of what we have sowed? We do not offer the environment anything good. So what do we expect in return from nature? If you cannot fight for climate justice, how do you expect climate to be just? Imagine, when people in Turkana can hardly get a single drop of water, families in Nyando region have been displaced due to floods that have submerged their homes. Why does water overflow to the point of killing us? Can't we contain it in a dam? Few months later, we can't even get some. Imagine, when children in Nakuru are eating chameleon due to hunger, there is another place where food is rotting in the farms. Farmers in the West are counting losses due to excess food with no market, while the North has countless mouths to feed. Do we really have a food crisis, or is the crisis our poor planning? I live in Kawangware, where a 20-liter jerrycan of water costs 10 shillings. But the same is being sold at 100 shillings in another place due to lack of water. But we are living in the same country. Can someone help me understand how a packet of ungwa is now more expensive in Kajiado than a goat? How a cow that recently cost about 50,000 shillings is now selling at 500 shillings. Indeed, the situation is dire. But we are here because of destroying the environment and thinking our actions will not get us here. Year after year, we see these conventions on climate change happen, but the situation is still getting worse. Climate change issues are being discussed, but no solution has been found to last. Or is it because we lack the inclusion of women voices in these discussions? The other day, I came across a picture of world leaders in the COP27 convention, and I could hardly spot a woman in that picture. So picture this. If women and children, youth and people living with different platforms, I do not understand. We are talking about drought. We are talking about famine. We are talking about floods. We talk about loss of lives, livelihoods, and livestock, but no one is talking about the diverse impacts of climate change on women. Have you thought about that woman who is heavily expectant and has gone for days without food and water? What happens to her during delivery? Where does she get that being? What are her chances of survival? I guess none. So I will count that as one life lost. And the child who is in a period in a place where there is no food and water, if she cannot get a meal, what about a single pad, leave alone a perfect set of sanitary towels? If she has no water to drink, what about water to even bath her body? So what will be her state in the next 2 to 3 days? I bet you will not even want to come close to her. The risks of infection she faces, no one is talking about that. What about that girl who's being married off in exchange for food? Because to her parents, that is one less plate to feed. No one is addressing that issue. What about that child who cannot go to school because his body is too weak to even make a step? What about that child who cannot go to school because a classroom has been flooded? What about their dreams that have been shattered? No one is talking about that. And I ask myself, does anyone really care? Do these people even matter? Maybe not. Hungry kids, empty promises, dark future. Food basket is now empty after years of taking without replacing, cutting down trees without planting, developing land without planning, disbursing funds without budgeting, condemning a nation that is already dying. So what are we going to do about this? Are we working on our cities, or are we okay with them just being cynic? We need to be accountable for our nation. We need this.
So powerful. How about we give her some snaps as well? Very well done. Even with all my harassment, she delivered such a powerful piece. All right, Mheshimiwa.
Thank you, and I wish to welcome our panel two members who are here with us. I will give them each a second to introduce themselves and kindly mention the organization from which you come from. Very quickly, because we don't have time.
Good afternoon all. I'm Dr. Jasper Omwenga from the National Environment Management Authority. I'm a principal research scientist.
Good afternoon all. Jina langu ni Boto Mwaura, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation Manager, Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Kwa majina ni Malesi Shivaji. Mimi ni afisa mkuu mtendaji katika shirika la Kewasnet ambalo ni shirika lisilo la kiserikali linalojihusisha na masuala ya maji na usafi.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Josephat Karomi. I am coming from Kamkunji constituency, Pumwani ward. I am representing organization known as Kamkunji Environment Conservation Champion, and we are transforming the historical Sabasaba ground or Kamkunji ground that is in Kamkunji. Glad to be with you here today.
Asanteni sana and most welcome. To kick our debate is Nairobi Water. I happen to sit in the water committee in Nairobi, to be specific. Nairobi Water has not been able to deliver the demand. Would you be kind enough to tell our target group what is causing this crisis. Please go ahead.
Thank you, MCA, Madam Moderator. I think that question is really related to the concern that Honorable Beatrice raised earlier before we went for tea. And maybe I want first to start with the good news before coming to the challenges. The good news is that tunajua tumetoka kwa kiangazi, drought, na tulikuwa pahali pambaya sana, hata ya kwamba maji ambayo yalikuwa kule kwa dams ilikuwa imefikia kiwango cha nusu. Lakini kwa majaliwa ya Mwenyezi Mungu, watu wakaendelea na maombi, mvua ikaja. So we are progressively building up. So the dams now are at 64%. Na tunaamini tukiendelea na maombi, by the time we reach the long lanes, Saipro, which will have normalized. Yes, ni kweli kuna uhaba wa maji. Kulingana na hesabu zetu ambazo tuko nazo, mji wa Nairobi ambao uko na watu milioni kama 5 unahitaji takriban 850,000 meter cubic per day of water. Na sasa kulingana na zile design, zile madam ziko na production capacity, we are at 525,600. So there is already a deficit in itself. So what do we do with this? Previously we used to talk about rationing, but some stakeholders could not correlate that with when, for example, it is raining. So we have ambayo iko tuweze kugawa kwa njia ya usawa. So there are challenges, and especially in the informal settlements where we don't have infrastructure. And therefore the challenge is, or the strategy is, we are still collaborating with the national government to fast track development of the water sources. The Northern Collector, the Karimeno Dam, and others. So we hope that there is future in the foreseeable near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Even as you do that, a resident of Nairobi seated here, probably from Dagoretti North or from South B, will tell you that they get water, for example, on a Monday evening, and the water will be closed on Tuesday morning. Then, therefore, raises the question that in Kiririshwa, you are likely to get water in 4 days. But where we have the highest population in the informal settlement, we are not having equitable supply of water. What do you have to say about the water schedule for Nairobi? Because for sure you know it's not equitable.
Asante. Ya, ni kweli tuko na hiyo program ya kusambaza maji, equitable water distribution, ambayo huwa tuna review after maybe a quarter. So what happens is that some strategic institutions kama vile mahospitali, kama vile in the military camps, and they need to get the commodity on 24-hour basis. So if you are along the lines that supply those areas, then you are likely to get more frequently than some other areas. But nevertheless, we try to see that at least everybody gets some minimal share for survival, for consumption purposes. So that is the situation.
I want to bring in Kewasnet into the debate. In Nairobi, there is something very popular called water for sex. If you go to some of the informal settlements in the slums in Nairobi, there are people who are giving women water in exchange of sex. And I haven't heard Kewasnet speak about it because it's becoming a crisis in the informal settlement. What is Kewasnet doing about this challenge?
Asante Mheshimiwa, na ningependa kusema kuwa shirika la Kewasnet ndilo shirika la kipekee ambalo limeweza Kibra na Mkuru. Kwa mfano tu, kwa sababu huko ndio anzisha mazungumzo kuhusu shirika. Tumeweza kujaribu kuhighlight swala hili kwa kutumia njia tofauti, lakini kwanza tulisema kuwa ni binadamu ndio wamehusika, haswa wale wasichana na akina mama ambao wamenyanyaswa, kwa sababu sisi kama shirika hatuzingatii hii kuwa ni kama ni biashara. Tunaizingatia kama ni unyanyasaji wa wasichana na akina mama. Katika Kiingereza tunasema power relations. Maana wale wenye wana uwezo wanatumia uwezo huo kutumia maji kama a privileged commodity. Na tuko na mifano mingi sana, na cha kwanza ambacho tulifanya ni kupaza hiyo sauti. Tumepata akina mama na wasichana kuzungumzia swala hilo, kujitokeza moja kwa moja na kutangaza kuwa swala hili linatendeka. Maana hapo kabla tulipoanza swala hili mwaka wa akina mama na wasichana wanadaiwa wapeane mwili wao ili wapate maji. Kwa hivyo tumefanya kutoa ushahidi kuhakikisha kuwa kuna ile evidence ambayo inatumika sasa kuangazia swala hili. Jambo la pili, kwa sababu ni watu ambao wanahusika, kuna wale ambao wamekuwa affected sana na hawakuwa na mahala pa kwenda. Kwa hivyo tumepeana ile ambayo tunaita psychological support, psychosocial support. Tumewapata wataalamu ambao tumeweka kituo ambapo akina mama na wasichana ambao wamenyanyaswa kwa jinsi hiyo wanaweza wakaelekea na wakapewa support, psychosocial support, na tunawahusisha maafisa wa administration kuhakikisha kuwa action is taken. Pia kuleta swala hili kwa sheria, kwa sababu kitu kimoja ambacho tumegundua katika swala hili ni kuwa hakuna hatua ambayo imechukuliwa kwa sababu hakuja kuwa na sheria. Hata wengine wanasema si ni wale akina mama hawana pesa, kwa hivyo wamepeana kile ambacho wanacho, lakini na tunatarajia hivi.
Back on the same topic. Have you ever heard about sex for water in Kamkunji?
I have never heard that case in Kamkunji. I have heard it from here.
What are you doing to demand accountability for issues?
Kamkunji, you get there is this initiative that is called Maendeleo Wanawake. That initiative was sponsored by St. John Community Center, an NGO that is based in Kamkunji, whereby sasa Kamkunji kuongezea mali ya maji, ambapo hapa mali watu wanachota maji, wanachota kwa bei ya common mwananchi, unapata mtungi ni bob. So unapata at the end of the day, mtu pia kama ana pesa, unapata mtu wako hapo ni mama, na wamama kwa wamama wako na huruma. So unapata at the end of the day, hakuna mwanaume utapata ati anaitisha pesa hapo. Initiative ni ya chama za wamama. So sex for water unapata hapo kidogo haipatikani.
Okay. I want to go back to NEMA. really disturbed us. And when I talk about the institution, issues of solid management plans within Nairobi. What is NEMA doing as part of their mandate? And why do we have buildings built at the middle of rivers in Nairobi?
Hello? Sorry for that. NEMA coming out as a corrupt institution. Well, I don't know where the statistics are coming from because recently we were fitted as the the best environmental regulator in Africa. Yes, that is true. But I don't want to deny that we have people with that kind of behavior. It is across actually some workers. And, as Kenyans, I'm sure we are empowered nowadays. We know where to report this. Demand for your rights. That is what I should say. You know where to report anyone who is corrupt. Then, yes, because action has been taken. Internally, I've seen action has been taken. If you report you're complaining about some officers with some funny behavior in the field, normally you'll find them being recalled to headquarters, and then they are reassigned some duties. Then NEMA is the National Environment and Management Authority. It is the only government body, that is supposed to ensure sustainable development through coordination and supervision of environmental matters in Kenya. And it also advises government on policies related to environmental conservation. So that is what we do. On issues of solid waste management, issues of sewerage infrastructure, issues on pollution, sewer. If you find the city, you find towns becoming also, littered with their waste, also blame your governor. Really, in terms of development of laws and regulations. The most recent one being the development of the sustainable waste management policy, and then finally the Sustainable Waste Management Act, in which we are not supposed to be talking about waste. We are supposed to be talking about circular economy, waste being turned into raw materials, and then it moves to the next stage. So that's what I want to say at the moment, but on issues pollution, actually that one was devolved. Thank you.
NEMA is on record as not having honored summons from Nairobi County Assembly to answer questions related to environmental planning, which is on record on the Speaker's desk. More than 10 times, NEMA has refused to honor those summons. How is NEMA working with the Nairobi County government on issues of planning?
Thank you. Again, honoring the summons, I think that one I might not be aware, but we are working closely with the county governments, not only Nairobi, but all county governments in Kenya. As you are aware, you may be aware, NEMA has branches all over. We have 47 county offices, each manned by county directors of environment. And now, to ensure that we work closely with these county governments, we have what we call the county environment committees. The county environment committees are chaired by the governor, and then it's an environment dimension is supposed to be discussed and a direction given. I want to say that I've worked also in the counties. The problem has been operationalizing the counties due to the costs. However, they can be very important committees that can influence planning. Now, at that level, that is where the preparation of the state of environment reports, which is done by annually, that is where it starts. Then the preparation of the National Environment Action Plans starts at the county level by preparing the county environmental action plans, Thank you.
Thank you. Before I entertain questions from the plenary, back to Nairobi Water. The late Honorable Mishuki promised us that if we clean Nairobi River, then we can have Nairobi residents swim.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Yeah, basically, the human industrial activities upstream is causing the pollution in Nairobi River specifically, and between the collaboration of the national government, the county, and the company, because the company is an agent of the county government of Nairobi, as the national government has pronounced, there are plans and all intentions to actually reclaim Nairobi River to the way it used to be, or even better, so that it can actually be a source of even recreation. Thank you very much.
Olive, we want to have questions.
Sewages. So, right now we have heard there is a rise in cholera. The cholera comes in how? Unapata pipe ya maji yenye inapitisha maji safi break, and then again unapata the sewer lines are open. Saizi venye kuna mvua, watu wengi wame open sewer line, so unapata maji inachanganyana hiyo sewage. So the moment si tunatumia hiyo maji kidogo yenye tunapata, you find that kunaanza kuwa na magonjwa. Saizi maisha imekuwa ngumu. Wewe umetoka nje kwenda kuhasalia watoto chakula. The moment unakuja tena bado maji inakuletea shida. Unaanza kukimbizana na mtoto.
Tumepata swali lako, litaenda kwa Nairobi Water. Next question.
And maybe she can say where that is. Ni wapi hapo zinachanganyika?
Unaishi wapi?
Dagoretti North.
Dagoretti North. Next question right here, so that we go to the middle. Kindly be specific so that we can save time.
Thank you. My name is Anita. I come from Kajiado County. My question goes to NEMA. It's not related to water, but I believe E in NEMA stands for environment. What is that porous? What is the issue with the baobab discussion that we have currently in the country? Where does NEMA stand? Yeah, what do you have to say about it? Because in a statement issued, it was mentioned that there was an issue of a NEMA license which was issued irregularly by an official in the county government.
Well understood. Next question. You've left the young man on the left.
Which one?
Okay.
Okay, I want to talk out about my concerns. About the water companies. You have talked about water for sex. So I want to know, you say there's a hotline number. So as a deaf person, am I going to call, or how am I going to communicate with you? Because we use SMS. That
For sure, it will be answered. Kindly, Olive,
then
come to the middle.
And then my question to NEMA, I have some burning issues. When we talk about county council, they work very perfectly. But the area of environment for NEMA, you are not working perfectly, because we can see a lot of that being thrown around. So this issue on environment, I remember back then, I know I'm not a young person, during President Kenyatta, the environment was very clean. And we did not have so many laws and policies, but sanitation and all that. We did not have those boards. But right now, the boards are there, but they are not implementing. So what could be something?
Asante. Let's come to the middle. Let's start with Daisy.
Daisy,
please be specific on the questions. We want to save time.
Yes. Thank you very much. So my first question,
Does the Nairobi Water Company have a master plan for harvesting water? Because it cannot be that when there is drought, we are in problems. When there are floods, the water floods to the ocean. So we want to know if you have a water harvesting plan, and if not, I think you should. Very many violations, especially around solid and liquid waste management, particularly around the slums, where solid waste is dumped directly in. The other thing is, it's a planning issue. Does NEMA have an arrangement or a partnership with the National Housing and with the planning? Because part of our problem with sewerage and the waste management is because we have overpopulation in places, very haphazard planning. And it's clear that our existing sewerage systems are not able to manage those populations.
Thank you.
What is
Question
NEMA
noted.
doing about that?
Next.
You know, in terms of
Yes.
policy planning, policies on planning.
Thank you, Daisy. Next, Honorable Elachi.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Edra, and thank you for moderating. I'll be like the students I've just met of Nairobi Primary who are about to do their exams.
Welcome back.
1, 2, Nairobi Water. Is there a way we are going to change our meters to have and pay for water that I consume? Number 2, to NEMA. I have seen there's a lot of mushrooming in terms of buildings, in terms of infrastructure that is happening in housing place. Number 1, to safeguard, they have their own, it's a townhouse, it's a maisonette and all that. But then you find debris coming all over from up there, falling into this other compound. And I always ask myself, NEMA, are you really willing to be very strict to ensure, even as you agree, because now we come and talk about pollution, so the drainage, did you agree with them as you do this? We want to see drainage of water passing, of your sewer, and all that. As much as I know city, county will approve. But then now you come in as an institution to regulate.
Noted, Mheshimiwa. Yes. And that's where the issue of corruption is coming in.
Wait, I needed to ask one thing. NEMA, the expressway, 3,000 trees were cut down to make way for the expressway. What are you doing to replace those trees?
Thank you. Next, right behind.
Please, there's a lady here who even stood.
Yeah, thank you. Give her the mic, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My concern is the drainage system is very poor in our area. That is in Dagoretti North. And again, I'm a water vendor. Your water is dirty. You should improve on that. And what are the mechanisms that you put in place to deal with the issue of drainages?
Thank you.
Because it is a concern every day.
Question noted. Next, the lady inspects. Okay, just move on, Olive.
Mi swali langu linakuja kwa mwana maji. Na swali langu ni hili. Umetuambia ya kwamba saa hii nikienda Kileleshwa kuna maji. Kutoka Monday to Monday. Kirudi Lavington kuna maji. Lakini kirudi Kawangware hakuna maji. Kwa nini Kawangware hakuna maji? Swali la pili linaenda kwa NEMA. NEMA. Yes. Saa zile mko kwa ofisi, mtu unakaa unazunguka ujui nje kunakaa namna gani. Kwa saa hii mvua inapoanza tu, dalili ikikuja, sewage inawachiliwa. Inapita kwa milango za wanadada ambao wanashughulika, wanauza sukuma ya 10 ndio walipe hiyo rent. Sewage inapita kwa mlango na mtu ako na watoto. Kama wewe mtu wa NEMA ama environment mwenye hiyo ploti, unapoitwa unakuja unagonyo, unaenda. Ukiitwa unakuja gonyo, unaenda. Huyu mzazi ambaye yuko na mtoto ako grade, siku hizi mnaita grade, una-expect huyu mtoto apitie afya gani?
Asante. Tumekupata vizuri. Tafadhali ifungia hapo Olive. We are running out of time. I don't want to give you permission to ask a question because you are coming in the afternoon, so that you can also address that issue when you are on the floor here. The last question may be there. Yes?
I have a question again to name forward so that our mothers and our sisters can have a dignified human life going forward, so we don't have to have incidences of having experts coming in to talk to them after the incident has happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last question here, Olive, kindly. The lady sit. Oh, okay. There was
I'm
another
Mercy
one.
Moredi from Murang'a County, and I'm so happy that Nairobi County, you are so many, and you're talking the issues of water. So the question to you people from Nairobi and also to our panelists there, the question is, we are talking of waters in Nairobi, but you are not asking the question of where this water is coming from, which is Murang'a County. We contribute a lot to the water which is being consumed in Nairobi. And most part of Murang'a County, some of them, they are also having issues of water.
Okay, we shall have Musosko in our next
Was this the last
sitting.
one?
This was the last one, please.
Thank you. My name is Jen Karanja. I had a quick question. When we are having projects for climate change mitigations, for example, dams, which are very critical to mitigate floods, we see a lot of human rights abuse around it. For example, I can say where I'm coming from, where I'm born and raised, we are about to have a dam. And I'm part of the committee that has been selected and appointed to represent the community in that transition. And the major concerns there is mostly, especially about how the community is going to be compensated. Because we have tried to benchmark with what happened in Karimeno Dam, and we have found there was a lot of either insufficient compensation.
Is it the committee or the residents? The question on compensation.
Yes, the question is coming from the committee. No, from the residents, but me, I'm asking as a representative of the resident appointed into that committee. So I just wanted us to transition and the human rights
understood.
aspect of it. Thank you.
Okay, I want to start with Nairobi Water, and kindly remember that we have a rapporteur here, so let's have all the questions properly answered. Give him the mic.
Thank you so much, stakeholders, for the comments and the concerns. I want to start with Desma from the Dagoretti North. I think the issues was about the cholera outbreak and the issues of contamination, where water sometimes contaminates with the sewerage. This could be what we can call isolated incidences. And we usually have operational challenges, especially during the rainy seasons, where we can have a few incidences of that nature. Sometimes, whereas the storm system, majile yamfua, and our water systems and the sewerage systems, sometimes when there are blockages in kwa zile mifereji zinapitia, we usually get a few of such challenges. And we are usually very alert and ready that once we get to know or we are alerted or our field teams discover that there are those challenges, we swing into action very fast. Both the operational teams of unblocking, the sewers, and also the quality assurance teams to ensure that we can isolate the areas that have been affected for purposes of rectifying. I think the other issue of the hotline, I think that was addressed to
be addressed by Councillor.
Yes, the issue of capacities in terms of dams, capacities, and this issue of encouraging water harvesting.
Order Daisy, your question is being answered.
Yes, yes. In the water sector, we have several players, and we have what we call the waterworks development agencies. In Kenya, currently there are 9, Under our area of jurisdiction, we have other water sources of infrastructure. But in so doing, the players are actually encouraging supplementary ways of how we can supplement the water. For example, the water harvesting that you have just indicated. Previously, we had the challenge of the materials that were building, were doing the roofs of the asbestos. But currently, with the other technologies, they actually can be encouraged. Yes, Honorable Erashi, about the issue of can we explore the issue of water tokens? I can say as a company, we are very much open to technological solutions. Indeed, akin to that, we have in the informal settlements where we have the water kiosks, some of the communal water points. We have the water ATMs where somebody can, you have a card, you can just come and then you put the unit that can be consumed as per the amount that you want. So this is something that we have not scaled up to the formal areas, and it's something that we can explore. Thank you much for that suggestion. The issue of the data water, I think I combined it with the issue of the quality assurance. Madam, who is talking about Kirerechwa versus Kawangware, maybe you did not get me properly. Si kusema kwamba si kutanja areas ambazo pengine kuna maji. Vile nilisema kuna strategic institutions kama mahospitali, kama military bases, kama airport. Now, the areas where we have lines passing when they are supplying water to those areas, those are likely to be supplied frequently or almost on a 24-hour basis. But it is not on a specific income level. So if it is a low income area, na iko karibu na hiyo, it will also benefit. If it's high income area, the same, but not specifically to discriminate against the income status. Water sources and the leeways, yes, as per the Constitution, we know that the water sources, the 5 water towers, they are vested with the national government on behalf of the people. Because we have 47 counties and only 5 water towers. So those water sources, it cannot be county specific, but in the spirit of knowing that there are also needs there. The projects that are currently being designed, they also take some element how to enhance water supply in those areas. For example, the Northern Corrector, it has some element how also to supply treated water to the residents from those sources. Issues of compensation, yes, in the past there have been challenges where residents who give their land to provide waivers. The mechanism is that.
Now, the award was the Africa Environmental Regulator of the Year. That is the specific one.
Which year?
That is this year.
This year.
And another one came this year from UNEP. From UNEP. Just last month. It tells you that NEMA is doing a tremendous job. Yeah, let me tell you that what I'm listening from, from the audience, and I'm very sorry for that, is sins not committed by NEMA, but sins committed by, devolved units. Anything pollution, water, solid waste, even air quality, all those things are devolved. And I want to call each one and, each one of you to go and read what was devolved and what wasn't devolved. What we do as NEMA, I think we have tried our best, but the issue of Baobab, yes, I also read that there is a license. We issue 2 licenses, one for access to this genetic material and also benefit sharing. That one we issued from NEMA headquarters. Now, the other one for environmental impact assessment, that one, it was cancelled. If it was issued, it has been cancelled. And so the whole exercise of pulling out, sorry again, my sister here, about the so many policies, laws, guidelines, that one I agree with you. There are so many. And this has caused confusion. And this one, I think you know where these laws are passed. You know, why was EMCA created? Environmental Management and Coordination Act of 1999. It is because there was such a big confusion. Several laws, several policies, you know, spread, you know, others in agriculture, others in the office of the president, all touching on environment. Because of this confusion, Environmental Management and Coordination Act of 1999 was passed, and the NEMA given the authority of coordinating and supervising. But nowadays, there are several of them, and it's like we are going back to the same confusion.
Next question.
The issue of solid waste, again, it is a planning issue. Again, I think if I talk about this one, it will be a repetition, in that this is a devolved issue.
Next.
Yeah.
Next.
Nevertheless, we start our planning, environmental planning, at the county level through the development of the county environmental action plans. Then it's a number of trees were cut down, no replacement. Of course, we cannot replace them again where we have constructed. There is the compensation planting which takes place. Yeah, so you might not see trees along. Okay, we can have selected for just to enhance beauty and also for carbon sequestration. But then a bulk of these are planted elsewhere to perform the same functions of carbon sequestration.
Thank you. Next.
Then the last one was again on sewer issues. Somewhere, that lady, sorry for what is happening, people who come to collect things from, once they have polluted. Now, there is a difference between NEMA and the public health officers. Kindly do your investigation well. Any mention, this card has a photo of that particular individual that should match with the ID. So ask for those 2 things. If you find it is a NEMA officer who is asking for that thing, you have the right to complain. Now, NEMA has made it very easy for you to complain. Go to your phone, download an app, instant reporting. You report there and then any issue that you come across.
What's the name of the app?
I'll give you, but it is instant reporting. It has a NEMA logo.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay. Yes. And you can also report issues on corruption. Go to our NEMA website. It has several numbers there where you can report issues of corruption and also incidents.
Anything else?
That is about NEMA and the public health officers. I think that is what I wanted. But now, lastly, in that Environmental Management and Coordination Act of 1999, Section 3, it talks about your right to a clean and healthy environment. People normally read and then they stop there. The other one is your obligation to protect the environment. So it's your obligation if we are talking about
wale ambao walikuwa wameathiriwa, kulikuwa na walemavu, na ile namba ambayo tunaitumia pia inaweza chukua jumbe jamii ambayo tulikuwa tunafanya kazi nayo. Kuna wale ambao tuliwaita community champions. Kwa hivyo wanajamii wanaweza pia wakilisha wale ambao wameathiriwa kufikisha ujumbe.
Next.
Swali la pili nilikuwa nimelitaja kuwa mojawapo ya njia ambayo tunaenda nayo mbele ni special rapporteur on the right to water and sanitation.
Thank you. Your last remark.
Asante, Honorable Oidera Chege. Mine, I have a question to Dr. Jasper Mwenga Naema. The late Honorable John Mishuki promised us to clean Nairobi River and swim in it. Why is Nairobi River as a filthy? What are you doing about it? How can we join?
Thank you.
Quickly, 1 second.
Fred, covering the whole nation, that's a big problem, and you can see the expectation of people here. Nairobi River, what are we doing about it? It is a huge task that NEMA cannot do alone. Remember, these are mistakes which were done several years back, building very close to the river. And sometimes when you see NEMA wanting to actually call for the demolition of those houses, I'm sure you've seen the public outcry. Huge investments.
We need the stakeholders to
yes.
clean up Nairobi River.
One more last one.
Yeah.
I'm happy participating in such civil society organizations, organizing this kind of forums. Were it not for the noise from Wangari Maathai, this environmental movement could not have reached where it is at the moment. So continue and amplify this, this voice about environmental conservation.
Asante,
yes.
Asante sana. Before I tell you to clap for them, I want to remind you that the Solid Waste Management Act today says that 10 meters from either your commercial live or where you are doing business, Nairobi City County government today can arrest any Nairobi resident who has not cleaned their space within the 10 meters radius. So hiyo ni muhimu tujue kwa sababu ni sheria, na sasa tuko na nafasi ya kupigia hawa wangwana makofi. Tumeshukuru sana, and we want to return back the mic to Olive. Thank you for this chance, and we'll continue with the plenary. Asanteni sana.
A hand clap for her. In fact, since she's a mheshimiwa, your feet, we can call her hard talk. She has asked tough questions on our behalf on the issue of water in Nairobi. And now I'd like to call up for just the 15 minutes before lunch, our third panel, that is Women's Voices in Climate Justice and Gender Justice. Eunice Oyule is moderating this conversation, and she is from one of these organizations listed here. Let me move closer so that I can read it. Contrast as well. And then we have on her panel, Anita Soina, who is founder Spice Warriors. We also have, Anita, if you could come up. Oh, here she is. We have Lea Sia, AMWA coordinator. We have Mwana Kombo Jarumani, AMWA coordinator. We have Teresia Mugo, AMWA coordinator, and Patience. Here also on this panel, Patience Nyange, who is from Amwek. She heads Amwek.
Wakenya hoye, how are you? You will not tell me you are hungry. Okay, we'll take 15 minutes. In front of us, we have stalwarts in the climate justice space, and I'll give them 2 seconds each to introduce themselves, and then we'll dive into the conversation and allow them to share with us what like the experiences they've had in the different spaces they are in. Karibuni sana. We will start with you, Anita. Kindly tell us about yourself, and then the rest will tell us about themselves, and then we'll continue with the conversation. There's a mic there. I don't know if it's on.
Thank you very much. My name is Anita Soina. I come from Kajiado County. I'm an environmentalist and climate change activist, founder of Auspices environmental organization that aims to nurture young people into conservation and just offer climate education in different regions in the country. I am also the founder of the Soina Foundation, which now it's a new foundation which seeks to address social issues in the society. Aside that, I ran for office in Kajiado North constituency, and as a member of parliament, I was the youngest MP candidate in the last election. And sitting here today is a way of also saying thank you to Crown Trust. Thank you.
Karibu sana, karibu sana. Just pass the mic so that each can introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Teresia Mugo from Nyandarua. I come from organization inaitwa Orjolo Climate Change and Gender Champions. Mi ningetaka kushukuru hii shirika ya Crown Trust juu imetuelimisha sana vile tunaweza saidia wamama na wasichana.
Hello everyone. I am Your Highness Leah Chebet from West Pokot County. I am the executive director of a women organization called Pokot Women Empowerment Organization. We are the voice of the other voices behind us. Thank you very much.
Karibu.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Patience Nyange. I am the new executive director of the Association of Media Women in Kenya. This is probably 1 or 2 weeks old in this post. In my previous life or my recent life, I vied for the gubernatorial seat in Taita Taveta County. I didn't win, but nikura tu hazikutosha. Next time zitatoshea. I am very honored and privileged to be here, and just like my friend Anita, I also received support from Crown Trust, so I'm very happy, and I consider Daisy Mdanyi one of my biggest mentors in this journey in political leadership. Thank you.
Good afternoon all. My name is Mwanakombo Jarumani. I'm coming from Kwale. I work with an organization called Sauti ya Wanawake, Voice of Women. I appreciate Crown Trust to capacity build me, giving me skills, also to empower me. What am I doing? My work is to make the women voices to be heard. We do case follow-up on SGBV. We work with court users committee. We work with the security agencies. Also, we do advocates. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So over to you, Anita. I'd just like to ask, what triggered you to get into climate and gender justice work, and what challenges have you seen so far? Kindly, in 2 minutes.
I think most of the speakers today came here to talk about different challenges, and even from the audience we got to hear about different challenges people are facing in Turkana and other parts of the country. I come from Kajiado County. I come from the Maasai community. Of course, I am privileged to have at least been able to access most of the things that other people in my community do not access. So living in, growing up and understanding that what people are going through is a result of climate change, I have to actually advocate for. Our poet shared here today about what about that woman who is pregnant and has to go far to fetch water? What about that child who has to skip school? Elizabeth talked about people being married off in exchange of wealth. That happens in Kajiado County. that is when I realized climate issues are directly linked to gender issues. Yes, thank you.
Asante sana. Teresia, umefanya kazi kwa climate justice na ningependa kukuuliza ni vitu gani ambavyo vimekuonyesha improvement from before you started na saa hii umeona ukiendelea? Ni vitu gani ambavyo unaweza sema improve in the area in which you're working in?
Asante. Improvement yenye nimepata, kwanza wamama tumejua our rights. Hapo beleni hata kama tulikuwa tunasikia, lakini Crown Trust wametufunza, sasa tumejua our rights. Apart from that, another big challenge is that even if we know how we can handle this issue of climate change, tuseme kama ni kupanda miti tungetaka hii funds, lakini tulifunzwa na Crown Trust kuna funds inaitwa flocker ya climate change. Sasa we can reach out so that we can make this project successful.
Asante sana. Lea, ningependa kukuuliza kwa kazi ambayo umefanya, ni capacity needs gani umeona na what are the linkages? What linkages can people tap into so that those capacity needs can be filled?
Asante sana. Kwanza climate change. Tuna drought ambayo ni ukame, pia tuna floods ambayo ni maji ambayo inafurika, na pia tuna mambo ambayo tunasema kama inatokana na climate change ambayo ina affect kina mama. Mimi ningesema hivi, nashukuru Crown Trust chini ya uongozi wake Daisy ambaye imeleta mafunzo kwetu sisi, na tunaona kina mama wamepata ile, we have the capacity, but then it has been strengthened and built by the Crown Trust. We know how to deal with those problems that we encounter, but then ile nguvu ya kuitengeneza na kuileta karibu na kumaliza hatukukuwa nayo, lakini tunashukuru Crown Trust kwa sababu sasa tunaweza kutambua shida zetu na jinsi ya kuziweza kuzimaliza. Lakini hata hivyo, mnakumbuka 2019 na 2020 kulikuwa na landslide kubwa sana West Pokot. Wanaume walikuwa wameenda kuwatch TV. Huko kwetu watu usanyika kwa hoteli kuangalia TV. Na iliponyesha mvua kubwa sana na maji yakafurika, ilibeba manyumba, na kina nani walikuwa ndani ya nyumba? Ni mama na watoto. Kwa hivyo kati ya wale watu wote ambao walikufa wakati huo 56, wamama ndio walikuwa wengi na watoto wao. Wazee walipotoka kuona TV kufika nyumbani, hakuna nyumba, hakuna watoto, hakuna kina mama. Kwa hivyo tumeona shida kama hayo yakitokea, wenye kuumia ni sisi kina mama. Kwa hivyo tumesema Crown Trust waendelee kutupatia hiyo capacity, yani ya kufundisha watu wetu jinsi ya kuishi na kuhama wakati wa landslide, wahamia mahali pa juu na kutoka mahali pana mafuriko, na kufundisha watu wetu kupanda miti zaidi. Kwa hivyo mafunzo kama hayo tutahitaji zaidi.
Asante. Kwa hivyo mmesikia yale organizations ambazo ziko present hapa, kuna need bado ya kufanya capacity building. To you Mwanakombo, ningependa kujua ni nini women have been involved both at the county and national governments.
Tukija kwa policy na pia kuhusishaji wa wanawake katika uongozi, kitambo tulikuwa chini sisi wanawake, lakini sababu tumepata hamasa, mashirika mengi tumetupitia, Crown Trust ikiwaki, so uhusishaji wa wanawake sahi at least uko katikati, si kama vile tulikuwa mwanzo, sababu sahi wanawake wamejitokeza sana, hususan mambo ya siasa, na wamekuja wakavaa hivyo viti, na namba ambayo uko tunahitaji haikufikia, lakini at least tuko na magavana wanawake, tuko na MCAs, na hata tuko na maseneta wanawake. So bado tuko katikati na tunahitaji kufika juu. Yeah.
Asante sana. And finally, Patience, you have worked with media for quite some time, and I would want to find out what is the role of media when it comes to amplifying the voices of women in climate justice work.
Asante sana kwa swali lako. So we have continuous trainings that we've continued to do as Association of Media Women in Kenya in partnership with various organizations that deal with climate change and climate issues. And one of those ideas is to really try and use the media to promote an informed and gender-responsive society in Kenya and in Africa. And in doing so, it's within our responsibility to ensure that journalists understand the impact of climate change in our society. By understanding the effects of climate change, then we highlight how it impacts us within the household, for example, from the highest member of the family to the lowest member of the family. There is hunger in the country or there is drought in the country. So how does it affect us? How does it affect the parents? How does it affect the young people within the household? So what we're trying to do is try to understand our responsibility as citizens, so that we move from making climate change a conversation about our leaders. You know, we recently had the COP27 in Egypt, and our leaders flew to Egypt, and therefore it became a conversation in all our media stations, in all our social media platforms. There was a huge conversation. But then immediately after that, how do we sustain the conversation? So what we try and do within the media spaces is to try and make sure that climate change is not an event, but it is a process. And it's a process that does not stop with just functions. Today, we are hosting the annual Women's Rights Convention, and we are asking the theme in Women in Action, Climate Change, Adaptation, Grid in Kenya. And then after this, what happens? So we are hoping that the media spaces that we have, whether it's the TV stations or whether it's the radio stations, we will continue to amplify these conversations. We will continue to ensure that journalists too understand them. Most of the time we look at climate change as such a complex subject, and then we don't understand it. So if we don't understand it within the media spaces, what we try and do is to ignore the subject altogether. We make it a field for only those journalists who are interested in climate change or who want to amplify climate change conversations. But we want to ensure that editors understand it. We want to see that organizations like Crown Trust and other organizations or like-minded organizations can bring people together and tell them to sustain this conversation. So it's my hope that after today, we will still have more conversations, and in our spaces, we will continue to amplify these conversations on climate change.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I would have really loved to continue with this conversation, but our stomachs are not able to handle. And so what we will do, I invite you to engage our panelists over lunchtime, get to know more about them, network, and even just try to look at what someone else is doing and how you can partner. Thank you so much, our panelists. I really am happy about this conversation. I wish we would have had more time. I hope we can have this chance another time. Thank you so much, and have a nice lunch. Thank you.
Just before that, I see Honorable Wegara is like, yes. Let me recognize somebody who's joined us this afternoon. We are joined by Janine Hocker. If she could stand up, please. There she is. She's the head of cooperation in the Canadian High Commission. They fund the Women Voice in Leadership, got it right, WVL, project, and funded the support for women candidates in the just concluded general election. Daisy Amdani refers to you or describes you as a true friend of women amid the women's movement in Kenya. Karibu sana. And good to have you here. All right, so we will head for lunch. Oh, I will excuse you ladies, by them a coffee. Wow, 10. As Eunice said, you can speak to them over lunch, get their numbers, see how you can engage. Brilliant job. Okay, so if you have yourself a lunch voucher, I will now allow you to get up. And you can head out and get your lunch. Are we doing it in the same, where is City? So first row first? Last row? First and last? You can head into the eating area. forgot to mention, lunch is 40 minutes. 40 minutes, we are back at 3:10. 3:10 on the dot. Thank you. There's a what? Lunch is 40 minutes. 40 minutes, we are back at 3:10.
Hiyo nayo ilibaki kwa meza. Mic test 1 2.
Hi, I'm Joy Koech of Blue Earth Organization, and I am going to show you why you should care more for the mangroves. Hi, I'm Joy Koech of Blue Earth Organization, and I am going to show you why you should care more for the mangroves. Mangrove forests are an important aspect of our environment because they take in more carbon than the terrestrial forest. Their roots also act as a coastal defense system, and they are essential in the fighting against climate change. The Kenya Forestry came up with this initiative called Adopt a Site, and we took out that initiative and came to Nkupe. We decided to plant 10,000 trees. Mangroves are critical for biodiversity because they are a home to crabs, prawns, mudfish, and different types of species. Nkupe Conservancy has 7 species of mangroves. Mangroves have different ways of seed dispersals, and this is my favorite. Growing up, I grew up at a village in Eldoret, somewhere called Sanyak. And as a kid, there used to be this huge tree outside of our house. And I remember telling my grandmother, "Grandmother, how come we are not living on top of that tree? How come we are living in these small, tiny houses?" And I used to love it so much. And there used to be a small, tiny little bench where we would have breakfast. And that is where I had breakfast most of my childhood. And that was when I was 6. A few years back when I went to visit my grandmother after so long, I found out that the tree was cut down. I was so angry. Right now that I am an environmentalist, you know, like I value tree. I value a tree that has been there for years and years and years. And for me to see it cut down, I was like, no. I was so sad. And partly the reason why I come here again and I plant more and I plant more and I plant more, because I know that, you know what, these trees are responsible for maintaining our climate, for maintaining a beautiful environment, and definitely to fight climate change. As a teacher, a kindergarten teacher, I am responsible for this young generation, and I look at them and it's sort of my motivation into going out and just advocating for the environment. It's important that the young generation and the older generation come together and restore the mangroves, because this is our future. Whether you're going to be here for the next 20 years, whether you're going to be here for the next 5 years, these trees are important. There's a saying that says, you don't plant a tree to sit on it, you plant a tree so that the next generation can benefit from it. So what I would like to see for the future is when people are able to take responsibility in protecting the environment and actually do it intentionally. We were the ones responsible in destroying it, and we still have time to restore it. We still have time if we only took the time to actually do something about it. Mangrove forests are an important aspect of our environment because they take in more carbon than the terrestrial forest. The roots also act as a coastal defense system, and they are essential in the fighting against climate change. The Kenya Forestry came up with this initiative called Adopt a Site, and we took out that initiative and came to Nkupe. We decided to plant 10,000 trees. Mangroves are critical for biodiversity because they are a home to crabs, prawns, mudfish, and different types of species. Nkupe Conservancy has 7 species of mangroves. Mangroves have different ways of seed dispersals, and this is my favorite.
Naitwa Jospat Karomi, nickname naitwa Lefty, na Lefty nilitojua kucheza ball. Nimecheza ball hapa mtaa. Hapa mko katika historical Kamkunji Park ambayo inatransformiwa na CBO moja inaitwa Kamkunji Environment Conservation Champion ambayo mimi ndio chairman.
Kwa majina ni Fatuma Wanjiro, jina ya mtaa ni Fati. Fatili tokana na nilizaliwa Pumpum nikiwa mtoi, sikuwa Ikonda. Mimi ni secretary hapa kwa KEK. Wakati mimi nikigrow kulikuwa na mavichochoro, kuna tupark, kuna tu space tulikuwa tunachezea. But the more tuna grow, spaces zinaenda zikiwa ndogo.
Ilikuwa ni mali drug abuse,
prostitution ilikuwa hapa ina high. Yaani ukikaa uwezi kosa kusikia kesi ya dema ameripiwa. Uwezi kusikia mtu amenyongwa, amedungwa kisu. Lakini the moment tuliingia kwa hii park, kuna vitu zilichange.
Kama sasa hapa mahali tumekaa ni mental health corner. So waga tunafanya session za trauma healing. Wakati mimi nilikuwa na grow, unapata mabradha zetu wakubwa walikuwa ni waizi. So unapata bradhako akiwa mwizi, hata wewe utakuja ukuwe mwizi. Hizo vitu unasikiaga vijana wanafanyaga. Bunduki, kunyongana, kuvunja manyumba, hizo vitu zote mimi nimepitia. Unapata hizo struggle ndio zilini make. Tulikam tukaona ni poa tukimenta mavijana wanakuwa mali wako na shughuli. Leo hii ukitembea mtaa kila base utakaosh pata bado ndio inavuta mvua. Na miti bado unapata ndio inasaidia bado.
Adhai ana insist miti isikatwe. Na the moment tumekuja hapa kwa park, hiyo maana ya miti utaiona. Kwa sababu kwa mtaa uipati. Hiyo fresh air uioni huko. Lakini ukikama hapa kwa hii space, hiyo fresh air utapata. Utashare carbon na miti. Utakuwa mrembo.
Kuna mto moja huko Malaysia inaitwa River Kiang. Hiyo river unapata mavijana waliungana wakarejista kampuni. Gava ikawapatia do. Kama tunaweza kopi kitu kama hiyo imefanyika huko, tukuje tujaribu hapa, inaweza kuwa fiti sana.
Na emphasize mademu wengi sana wakuje kwa park kwa sababu mwanamke ni nguzo muhimu sana akiwa mahali. Hawa watu mnaona hapa wanakuwaga wako safe sana sisi tukiwa tuko kwa park. Tunaomba sana ifikie point ama mademu wakikama hapa wanatoka na kakitu wanapeleka home. We hope tutakuwa na majority wakuwe wanawake, wanaume wasitushinde. Sometimes you do think for passion. Unafaa ufate passion yako, unataka kuachieve nini? Do si kila kitu. Lakini kuna ile kitu kudrive kwa life, unataka kukua. Unataka kukua nini? Ukisikia watu wanasema wamevolunteer kwa mwaka, hiyo si ni passion imedrive huo mseku hapo. Kwa sababu apati do na apati nini. Kwa hivyo kitu imenifundisha sana hapa. Money is not everything, but at least do something what you love.
Naitwa Jospat Karomi, nickname naitwa Lefty, na Lefty nilitojua kucheza ball. Nimecheza ball hapa mtaa. Hapa mko katika historical Kamkunji Park ambayo inatransformiwa na CBO moja inaitwa Kamkunji Environment Conservation Champion ambayo mimi ndio chairman.
Kwa majina ni Fatuma Wanjiro, jina ya mtaa ni Fati. Fati ilitokana na nilizaliwa Pumpum nikiwa mtoi, sikuwa Ikonda. Mimi ni secretary hapa kwa KEK. Wakati mimi nikigrow kulikuwa na mavichochoro, kuna tupark, kuna tu space tulikuwa tunachezea. But the more tuna grow, spaces zinaenda zikiwa ndogo.
Ilikuwa ni mali drug abuse ilikuwa inafanyika na human trafficking pia ilikuwa inafanyika.
Watu walikuwa wanaibiwa, kulikuwa na drugs. Prostitution ilikuwa hapa ina high. Yaani ukikaa huwezi kosa kusikia kesi ya dema ameripiwa. Huwezi kusikia mtu amenyongwa, amedungwa kisu. Lakini the moment tuliingia kwa hii park, kuna vitu zilichange.
Kama sasa hapa mahali tumekaa ni mental health corner. So waga tunafanya sessions za trauma healing. Wakati mimi nilikuwa na grow, unapata mabradha zetu wakubwa walikuwa ni waizi. So unapata bradhako akiwa mwizi, hata wewe utakuja ukuwe mwizi. Hizo vitu unasikiaga vijana wanafanyaga. Bunduki, kunyongana, kuvunja manyumba. Hizo vitu zote mimi nimepitia. Unapata hizo struggle ndio zilini make. Tulikam tukona ni poa tukimenta mavijana wanakuwa mali wako na shughuli. Leo hii ukitembea mtaa kila base utapata iko na kaosh. Kijana at the end of the day anaweka kitu positive kwa meza, katasi off bila kudhulumu mtu. Sisi tuna promote sana kupanda miti juu unapata wakati miti imepandwa unapata bado ndio inavuta mvua. Na miti bado unapata ndio inasaidia bado watu na kivuli.
Sisi hatuja grow na miti, not unless tuende ushago. Tulikuwa tunaimagine kwa nini Wangari Maathai ana insist miti isikatwe. Na the moment tumekuja hapa kwa park, hiyo maana ya miti utaiona. Kwa sababu kwa mtaa uipati. Hiyo fresh air uioni huko. Lakini ukikama hapa kwa hii space, hiyo fresh air utapata. Utashare carbon na miti. Utakuwa mrembo.
Kuna mto moja huko Malaysia inaitwa River Kiang. Hiyo river unapata mavijana waliungana wakarejista kampuni. Gava ikawapatia do. Kama tunaweza kopi kitu kama hiyo imefanyika huko, tukuje tujaribu hapa, inaweza kuwa fiti sana.
Na emphasize mademu wengi sana wakuje kwa park kwa sababu mwanamke ni nguzo muhimu sana akiwa mahali. Hawa watu mnaona hapa wanakuwaga wako safe sana. Sisi tukiwa tuko kwa park tunaomba sana ifikie point ama demo wakikaa hapa wanatoka na kakitu wanapeleka home. We hope tutakuwa na majority wa kwa wanawake, wanaume wasitushinde. Sometimes you do think for passion. Unafaa ufate passion yako, unataka kuachieve nini? Do si kila kitu. Lakini kuna ile kitu kudrive kwa life, unataka kukua. Unataka kukua nini? Ukisikia watu wanasema wamevolunteer kwa mwaka, hiyo si ni passion imedrive huo mseku hapo. Kwa sababu apati do na apati nini. Kwa hivyo kitu imenifundisha sana hapa, money is not everything, but at least do something what you love.
Naitwa Jospat Karomi, nickname naitwa Lefty, na Lefty nilitojua kucheza ball. Nimecheza ball hapa mtaa. Hapa mko katika historical Kamkunji Park ambayo inatransformiwa na CBO moja inaitwa Kamkunji Environment Conservation Champion ambayo mimi ndio chairman.
Kwa majina ni Fatuma Wanjiro, jina ya mtaa ni Fati. Fati ilitokana na nilizaliwa Pumpum, nikiwa mtoi sikuwa Ikonda. Mimi ni secretary hapa kwa KEK. Wakati mimi nikigrow kulikuwa na mavichochoro, kuna tupark, kuna tu space tulikuwa tunachezea. But the more tuna grow, spaces zinaenda zikiwa ndogo.
Ilikuwa ni mali drug abuse ilikuwa inafanyika na human trafficking pia ilikuwa inafanyika.
Watu walikuwa wanaibiwa, kulikuwa na drugs. Prostitution ilikuwa hapa ina high. Yaani ukikaa huwezi kosa kusikia kesi ya dema ameripiwa. Huwezi kusikia mtu amenyongwa, amedungwa kisu. Lakini the moment tuliingia kwa hii park, kuna vitu zilichange.
Kama sahii hapa mahali tumekaa ni mental health corner. So waga tunafanya session za trauma healing. Wakati mimi nilikuwa na grow, unapata mabradha zetu wakubwa walikuwa ni waizi. So unapata bradhako akiwa mwizi, hata wewe utakuja ukuwe mwizi. Hizo vitu unasikiaga vijana wanafanyaga. Bunduki, kunyongana, kuvunja manyumba. Hizo vitu zote mimi nimepitia. Unapata hizo struggle ndio zilini make. Tulikam tukaona ni poa tukimenta mavijana wanakuwa mali wako na shughuli. Leo hii ukitembea mtaa, kila base utapata iko na kaosh. Kijana at the end of the day anaweka kitu positive kwa meza, katasi off bila kudhulumu mtu. Sisi tuna promote sana kupanda miti juu unapata wakati miti imepandwa unapata bado ndio inavuta mvua, na miti bado unapata ndio inasaidia bado watu na kivuli.
Sisi hatuja grow na miti, not unless tuende ushago. Tulikuwa tunaimagine kwa nini Wangari Maathai ana insist miti isikatwe. Na the moment tumekuja hapa kwa park, hiyo maana ya miti utaiona. Kwa sababu kwa mtaa uipate. Hiyo fresh air uioni huko. Lakini ukikama hapa kwa hii space, hiyo fresh air utapata. Utashare carbon na miti. Utakuwa mrembo.
Kuna mto moja huko Malaysia inaitwa River Kiang. Hiyo river unapata mavijana waliungana wakarejista kampuni. Gava ikawapatia do. Kama tunaweza kopi kitu kama hiyo imefanyika huko, tukuje tujaribu hapa, inaweza kuwa fiti sana.
Na emphasize mademu wengi sana wakuje kwa park kwa sababu mwanamke ni nguzo muhimu sana akiwa mahali. Hawa watu mnaona hapa wanakuwaga wako safe sana. Sisi tukiwa tuko kwa park tunaomba sana ifikie point ama demo wakikaa hapa wanatoka na kakitu wanapeleka home. We hope tutakuwa na majority wa kwa wanawake, wanaume wasitushinde. Sometimes you do things for passion. Unafaa ufate passion yako, unataka kuachieve nini. Do si kila kitu. Lakini kuna ile kitu kudrive kwa life, unataka kukua. Unataka kukua nini? Ukisikia watu wanasema wamevolunteer kwa mwaka, hiyo si ni passion imedrive huo mseku hapo. Kwa sababu apati do na apati nini. Kwa hivyo kitu imenifundisha sana hapa. Money is not everything, but at least do something what you love.
Naitwa Jospat Karomi, nickname naitwa Lefty, na Lefty nilitojua kucheza ball. Nimecheza ball hapa mtaa. Hapa mko katika historical Kamkunji Park ambayo inatransformiwa na CBO moja inaitwa Kamkunji Environment Conservation Champion ambayo mimi ndio chairman.
Kwa majina ni Fatuma Wanjiro, jina ya mtaa ni Fati. Fati ilitokana na nilizaliwa Pumpum, nikiwa mtoi sikuwa Ikonda. Mimi ni secretary hapa kwa KEK. Wakati mimi nikigrow kulikuwa na mavichochoro, kuna tupark, kuna tu space tulikuwa tunachezea. But the more tuna grow, spaces zinaenda zikiwa ndogo.
Ilikuwa ni mali drug abuse ilikuwa inafanyika na human trafficking pia ilikuwa inafanyika.
Watu walikuwa wanaibiwa, kulikuwa na drugs. Prostitution ilikuwa hapa ina high. Yaani ukikaa huwezi kosa kusikia kesi ya dema ameripiwa. Huwezi kusikia mtu amenyongwa, amedungwa kisu. Lakini the moment tuliingia kwa hii park, kuna vitu zilichange.
Kama sahii hapa mahali tumekaa ni mental health corner. So waga tunafanya session za trauma healing. Wakati mimi nilikuwa na grow, unapata mabradha zetu wakubwa walikuwa ni waizi. So unapata bradhako akiwa mwizi, hata wewe utakuja ukuwe mwizi. Hizo vitu unasikiaga vijana wanafanyaga. Bunduki, kunyongana, kuvunja manyumba, hizo vitu zote mimi nimepitia. Unapata hizo struggle ndio zilini make. Tulikam tukaona ni poa tukimenta mavijana wanakuwa mali wako na shughuli. Leo hii ukitembea mtaa, kila base utapata iko na kaosh. Kijana at the end of the day anaweka kitu positive kwa meza, katasi off bila kudhulumu mtu. Sisi tuna promote sana kupanda miti juu unapata wakati miti imepandwa unapata bado ndio inavuta mvua. Na miti bado unapata ndio inasaidia bado watu na kivuli.
Sisi hatuja grow na miti, not unless tuende ushago. Tulikuwa tunajiimagine kwa nini Wangari Maathai ana insist miti isikatwe. Na the moment tumekuja hapa kwa park, hiyo maana ya miti utaiona. Kwa sababu kwa mtaa uipate. Hiyo fresh air uione huko. Lakini ukikama hapa kwa hii space, hiyo fresh air utapata. Utashare carbon na miti. Utakuwa mrembo.
Kuna mto moja huko Malaysia inaitwa River Kiang. Hiyo river unapata mavijana waliungana wakarejista kampuni. Gava ikawapatia do. Kama tunaweza kopi kitu kama hiyo imefanyika huko, tukuje tujaribu hapa, inaweza kuwa fiti sana.
Na emphasize mademu wengi sana wakuje kwa park kwa sababu mwanamke ni nguzo muhimu sana akiwa mahali. Hawa watu mnaona hapa wanakuwaga wako safe sana sisi tukiwa tuko kwa park. Tunaomba sana ifikie point ama demo wakikaa hapa wanatoka na kakitu wanapeleka home. We hope tutakuwa na majority wakuwe wanawake, wanaume wasitushinde. Sometimes you do things for passion. Unafaa ufate passion yako, unataka kuachieve nini? Do si kila kitu. Lakini kuna ile kitu kudrive kwa life unataka kukua. Unataka kukua nini? Ukisikia watu wanasema wamevolunteer kwa mwaka, hiyo si ni passion imedrive huo mseku hapo. Kwa sababu apati do na apati nini. Kwa hivyo kitu imenifundisha sana hapa. Money is not everything, but at least do something what you love.
Naitwa Jospat Karomi, nickname naitwa Lefty, na Lefty nilitojua kucheza ball. Nimecheza ball hapa mtaa. Hapa mko katika historical Kamkunji Park ambayo inatransformiwa na CBO moja inaitwa Kamkunji Environment Conservation Champion
ambayo mimi ndio chairman.
Kwa majina ni Fatuma Wanjiro, jina ya mtaa ni Fati. Fati ilitokana na nilizaliwa Pumpum, nikiwa mtoi sikuwa Ikonda. Mimi ni secretary hapa kwa KEK. Wakati mimi nikigrow kulikuwa na mavichochoro, kuna tupak, kuna tu space tulikuwa tunachezea. But the more tuna grow, spaces zinaenda zikiwa ndogo.
Ilikuwa ni mali drug abuse ilikuwa inafanyika na human trafficking pia ilikuwa inafanyika.
Watu walikuwa wanaibiwa, kulikuwa na drugs. Prostitution ilikuwa hapa ina high. Yani ukikaa huwezi kosa kusikia kesi ya dema ameripiwa. Huwezi kusikia mtu amenyongwa, amedungwa kisu. Lakini the moment tuliingia kwa hii park, kuna vitu zilichange.
Kama sasa hapa mahali tumekaa ni mental health corner. So waga tunafanya session za trauma healing. Wakati mimi nilikuwa na grow, unapata mabradha zetu wakubwa walikuwa ni waizi. So unapata bradhako akiwa mwizi, hata wewe utakuja ukuwe mwizi. Hizo vitu unasikiaga vijana wanafanyaga. Bunduki, kunyongana, kuvunja manyumba. Hizo vitu zote mimi nimepitia. Unapata hizo struggle ndio zilini make. Tulikam tukaona ni poa tukimenta mavijana wanakuwa mali wako na shughuli. Leo hii ukitembea mtaa kila base utapata iko na kaosh. Kijana at the end of the day anaweka kitu positive kwa meza, katasi off bila kudhulumu mtu. Sisi tuna promote sana kupanda miti juu unapata wakati miti imepandwa unapata bado ndio inavuta mvua. Na miti bado unapata ndio inasaidia bado watu na kivuli.
Sisi hatuja grow na miti, not unless tuende ushago. Tulikuwa tunaimagine kwa nini Wangari Maathai ana insist miti isikatwe. Na the moment tumekuja hapa kwa park, hiyo maana ya miti utaiona. Kwa sababu kwa mtaa uipate. Hiyo fresh air uioni huko. Lakini ukikama hapa kwa hii space, hiyo fresh air utapata. Utashare carbon na miti. Utakuwa mrembo.
Kuna mto moja huko Malaysia inaitwa River Kiang. Hiyo river unapata mavijana waliungana wakarejista kampuni. Gava ikawapatia do. Kama tunaweza kopi kitu kama hiyo imefanyika huko, tukuje tujaribu hapa, inaweza kuwa fiti sana.
Na emphasize mademu wengi sana wakuje kwa park kwa sababu mwanamke ni nguzo muhimu sana akiwa mahali. Hawa watu mnaona hapa wanakuwaga wako safe sana sisi tukiwa tuko kwa park. Tunaomba sana ifikie point ama demo wakikama hapa wanatoka na kakitu wanapeleka home. We hope tutakuwa na majority wakuwe wanawake, wanaume wasitushinde. Sometimes you do things for passion. Unafaa ufate passion yako, unataka kuachieve nini? Do si kila kitu. Lakini kuna ile kitu kudrive kwa life unataka kukua. Unataka kukua nini? Ukisikia watu wanasema wamevolunteer kwa mwaka, hiyo si ni passion imedrive huo mseku hapo. Kwa sababu apati do na apati nini. Kwa hivyo kitu imenifundisha sana hapa. Money is not everything. But at least do something what you love.
Naitwa Jospat Karomi, nickname naitwa Lefty, na Lefty nilitojua kucheza ball. Nimecheza ball hapa mtaa. Hapa mko katika historical Kamkunji Park ambayo inatransformiwa na CBO moja inaitwa Kamkunji Environment Conservation Champion ambayo mimi ndio chairman.
Kwa majina ni Fatuma Wanjiro, jina ya mtaa ni Fati. Fati ilitokana na nilizaliwa Pumpum, nikiwa mtoi sikuwa Ikonda. Mimi ni secretary hapa kwa KEK. Wakati mimi nikigrow kulikuwa na mavichochoro, kuna tupark, kuna tu space tulikuwa tunachezea. But the more tuna grow, spaces zinaenda zikiwa ndogo.
Ilikuwa ni mali drug abuse ilikuwa inafanyika na human trafficking pia ilikuwa inafanyika.
Watu walikuwa wanaibiwa, kulikuwa na drugs. Prostitution ilikuwa hapa ina high. Yaani ukikaa uwezi kosa kusikia kesi ya dema ameripiwa. Uwezi kusikia mtu amenyongwa, amedungwa kisu. Lakini the moment tuliingia kwa hii park, kuna vitu zilichange.
Kama sasa hapa mahali tumekaa ni mental health corner. So waga tunafanya session za trauma healing. Wakati mimi nilikuwa na grow, unapata mabradha zetu wakubwa walikuwa ni waizi. So unapata bradhako akiwa mwizi, hata wewe utakuja ukuwe mwizi. Hizo vitu unasikiaga vijana wanafanyaga. Bunduki, kunyongana, kuvunja manyumba. Hizo vitu zote mimi nimepitia. Unapata hizo struggle ndio zilini make. Tulikam tukaona ni poa tukimenta mavijana wanakuwa mali wako na shughuli. Leo hii ukitembea mtaa, kila base utapata iko na kaosh. Kijana at the end of the day anaweka kitu positive kwa meza, katasi off bila kudhulumu mtu. Sisi tuna promote sana kupanda miti juu unapata wakati miti imepandwa unapata bado ndio inavuta mvua. Na miti bado unapata ndio inasaidia bado watu na kivuli.
Sisi hatuja grow na miti, not unless tuende ushago. Tulikuwa tunaimagine kwa nini Wangari Maathai ana insist miti isikatwe. Na the moment tumekuja hapa kwa park, hiyo maana ya miti utaiona. Kwa sababu kwa mtaa uipati. Hiyo fresh air uioni huko. Lakini ukikama hapa kwa hii space, hiyo fresh air utapata. Utashare carbon na miti. Utakuwa mrembo.
Kuna mto moja huko Malaysia inaitwa River Kiang. Hiyo river unapata mavijana waliungana wakarejista kampuni. Gava ikawapatia do. Kama tunaweza kopi kitu kama hiyo imefanyika huko, tukuje tujaribu hapa, inaweza kuwa fiti sana.
Na emphasize mademu wengi sana wakuje kwa park kwa sababu mwanamke ni nguzo muhimu sana akiwa mahali. Hawa watu mnaona hapa wanakuwaga wako safe sana sisi tukiwa tuko kwa park. Tunaomba sana ifikie point ama demo wakikama hapa wanatoka na kakitu wanapeleka home. We hope tutakuwa na majority wakuwe wanawake, wanaume wasitushinde. Sometimes you do things for passion. Unafaa ufate passion yako, unataka kuachieve nini? Do si kila kitu. Lakini kuna ile kitu kudrive kwa life unataka kukua. Unataka kukua nini? Ukisikia watu wanasema wamevolunteer kwa mwaka, hiyo si ni passion imedrive huo mseku hapo. Kwa sababu apati do na apati nini. Kwa hivyo kitu imenifundisha sana hapa. Money is not everything, but at least do something what you love.
Naitwa Jospat Karomi, nickname naitwa Lefty, na Lefty nilitojua kucheza ball. Nimecheza ball hapa mtaa. Hapa mko katika historical Kamkunji Park ambayo
My name is Nana Omar. I'm the founder of Spring of the Arid and Semi-Arid Lands, SASAL. I founded the organization in 2019, and the organization is all about working with the pastoral communities for the improved climate resilience. And we're targeting 83% of Kenya, which is the arid and semi-arid lands. So Greening the Asas focuses on planting trees, developing a tree nursery where we can ensure sustainability in terms of supply of seedlings. So we are trying to plant trees that are resilient to the climate around, which is very hot. If I look back 10 years ago, while I was just about to finish primary school, the weather was not this harsh. Apart from the trees providing shade, fixing the soil and attracting rain, it also attracts biodiversity in terms of birds and bees, which get food, water and shade in our farm. So our area is 100 by 100 feet, and it basically took 1 year and 2 months for these trees to get to where they are. So this is the Mwarobaini tree locally. It's the neem tree in English. The area before we've planted the tree was infested by the Prosopis juliflora, commonly known as the Madenge weed. And it was heavily infested, it was very dry and a bit rocky. So after the 1 year, you can see the changes. The soil is fixed and it has become a bit fertile. And you can see this area where we've planted purpose to promote agroforestry. We've seen a problem with regards to pollution in terms of the communities around, the households around using milk packs, and they discard them into the environment. So we've decided to collect, even from the hospital in Magadi, which we've liaised to the management there. They collect it for us and then we pick it weekly, even from the communities around. So we use these packs to plant our trees. To access funds. And as you can see, we need resources that can help even in extracting the trees from the root source. So this one has been most successful because of the overlook from my parents. I see this project going far because it takes the will and the passion to do it, because if we could do it in this piece of land, then we can even expand it to other areas. So this is where I went to school. It's a Kramatan Primary School. I schooled here from ages 3 to 14 years, and in this school we came back to mobilize the teachers, and we formed a climate action club. We believe children are very important when it comes to fighting climate change. And through the action club, we intend to introduce a curriculum that will teach children in various climate actions and even take them on fields for them to witness whatever is happening on ground. And as a mother, I think I'm developing climate anxiety because of my daughter. I would not like to imagine her growing up in a world that is in chaos with regards to climate. I would like her to see trees around, not a world that has no trees or any biodiversity. I would like her not to feel the heat that we are feeling here. And that's why I want to raise someone who will be conscious of her environment, somebody who will be passionate about conserving the environment, even if she'll decide to venture into another career or field.
I'm Joy Koech of Blue Earth Organization, and I am going to show you why you should care more for the mangroves. Mangrove forests are an important aspect of our environment because they take in more carbon than the terrestrial forest. The roots also act as a coastal defense system, and they are essential in the fighting against climate change. The Kenya Forestry came up with this initiative called Adopt a Site, and we took out that initiative and came to Nkupe. We decided to plant 10,000 trees. Crabs, prawns, mudfish, and different types of species. Nkupe Conservancy has 7 species of mangroves. Mangroves have different ways of seed dispersals, and this is my favorite.
So I will be leading the next panel discussion, and that is on climate change
Growing
and the
up,
importance
I
of
grew up
food
at a village
sovereignty.
in Eldoret, somewhere called Sanyak. And as a kid, there used to be this huge tree outside of our house. And I remember telling my grandmother, "Grandmother, how come we are not living on top of that tree? How come we are living in these small, tiny houses?" And I used to love it so much. And there used to be a small, tiny little bench where we would have breakfast. And that is where I had breakfast most of my childhood. And that was when I was 6. A few years back when I went to visit my grandmother after
Leonida, Julia, Monica. Hi.
She's an African woman, empowered and ready to defend her role. What is she? She's an African woman, dedicated, determined to give her best. Who is she? She's an African woman, empowered and ready to defend her role. What is she? What is she? What is she? An African woman, dedicated, determined to give her best.
Hizi tunaweza simamia.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are the Nairobi Girls Chorale. We have our album available for us.
It's going at 500 shillings. We appreciate if you are support our group, our cause. And thank you very much for having us here today. Thank you very much.
Makofi. So this is the CD they're talking about, 500 shillings. I owe Janet M-Pesa. Janet? So this is Janet, and Janet has their CDs. 500 shillings you had, please support them. Mheshimiwa Elachi explained that what the chorale seeks to do is keep these girls constructively occupied. The money they make from such events keeps them in school. Sawa? We'll support them, all right. Okay. So Janet, where can they find you? If they want, at the back there? All right, so just ask for Janet. All right, so it is time for my panel discussion. And my subject is, together with my eminent panelists here on stage with me, I am joined by Leonida Odongo, Executive Director, Haki Nawiri Africa. There she is on the extreme left. You can wave. I'm also joined up on stage by Julia Nyawira, I beg your pardon, Head of Programs, Seed Savers Network Kenya. She's here, seated much closer to me. And Monica Yator, Founder, Indigenous Women and Girls Initiative. So allow me to take a seat now. I'll start with you, Leonida. First of all, perhaps you can tell us a little bit about what your organization undertakes to do in this area of food security.
Okay, thank you. I hope I'm audible enough. What Haki Nawiri does is we work around gender justice. We work on food justice and climate justice. And specifically on food justice, what we do is political and technical education of the entire food production process, from soil, seed, care for crops, harvest and post-harvest. We train farmers on how to grow food without using chemicals in a process called agroecology. We also organize community-based dialogues on climate justice. We amplify grassroots voices on their experiences with climate change. And we also work with students and young people and empower them on human rights, and also do legal rights awareness and train them as paralegals. Thank you.
All right. Julia, what about your organization, Seed Savers Network?
Good afternoon. So I'm Julia Nyawera, and I work at Seed Savers Network Kenya. And we are a grassroots farmer organization. And we work, from our name, we are Seed Savers. So we work with farmer groups, and we train mainly on seed saving and indigenous knowledge of farmers. So we go back to our roots, and we remind our farmers that seed saving is the solution. We mainly focus also on farmers' rights and seed sovereignty. I know there is a mention of food sovereignty, but we can't talk of food sovereignty without talking about seed sovereignty. So today, I'm just going to share more about seed and why it's an important conversation to have if we are going to talk about food security.
Okay. And Monica, please tell us what it is.
Good afternoon. Good after lunch. My name is Monica Yator. I come from Baringo. My work entails ad advocacy. We do actually farm demonstration. We are inventing the wheels. I come from a pastoralist community where we depend mostly on livestock, and livestock is not viable now. You saw the situation in Turkana. You saw the situation in Baringo. Apparently, a woman passed on while fetching water because she didn't eat for some time. So we train women to reinvent the wheels, start organic farming. In a small way, we have started small farmers. So we facilitate demonstration. We train women how to harvest water, how to save seeds as well, how to make their own compost. So we reduce the cost of buying fertilizers, which are 6,000. A peasant farmer, a poor farmer cannot afford that. So we train them how to make their own compost manure and also how to make pesticides. So we will interact more. Thank you.
All right. Julia, what is this seed saving?
Thank you. So seed saving is, maybe I use an example, when you're eating maybe and buying them and replanting them.
And why is this important?
That's a very important question. It's important, seed saving is important because you realize not every, like when you go to agro shops, I don't know how many of us here are farmers. I know we are in Nairobi, but I know back home we do farming. So you realize that agro shops don't have all the preference of everything we want to grow. For example, maybe even potatoes. It's hard to go and be able to buy and grow. So it's ensuring that there's seed access for every farmer and mostly preference of whatever you want to grow is available. So seed saving makes that, ability, and also the issue of biodiversity. When we save seeds, we ensure that we have different types of food we can grow and not limited to only what is available in the shops.
Okay.
Also, it saves, it's costly to buy seeds.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever is sold in the shops, talk of tomatoes, for example, 25 grams of a sachet of tomato, there was a time it was going up to 2,500. So how can our small-scale farmers afford that? So if they are able to save their own seed, their own tomato seeds, they can be able we can be able to ensure we have food security. They are independent and they are not dependent on an external person to control their food. So also a bit of independence is very important on seed saving.
All right, and you introduced my next question, Leonida. This says food sovereignty. What we've had talk of is food security. What is the distinction?
Thank you for the question. One is, when you talk about food sovereignty, is about power. The power to grow your own food, the power to determine how much you're going to sell that food, and also the power to control the distribution. When we talk about food security, is more narrow, because food security is about the availability of food. But then what about the inability of people to purchase that food? For example, I can give a good example right now. We have Tin restaurant outside there. When we talk about food security, if you go to Tin right now, there is food, isn't it? But if you don't have money in your pocket and you get into Tin and take away food, what will happen? It becomes a criminal offense. But when you talk about food security, food sovereignty is about farmers, food producers being located at the center of food production. It's about recognition of people's knowledge, and that is indigenous knowledge. It's about creating an enabling environment for producers to make decisions. Because when you think of food security, for example, I give a good example of relief food. The food comes to you as an emergency. You have not decided that, whether that is your preferred food. Sometimes they give you maize, but maybe you don't want to eat maize on that day, but you're going to be given maize because that is what is available. So what we push for as activists, especially on matters food, is for farmers and food producers to have food sovereignty.
Food
the power.
Sovereignty.
Yes.
And a couple of words I'm hearing coming out of this conversation: indigenous, biodiversity. These are words that have been bandied about of late on account of the debate on GMOs. Yeah, but before I get into that, Monica, you talked about yourself coming from Baringo. This is a pastoralist community. So are you now introducing climate smart agriculture?
Actually, we misunderstood the word climate smart.
Mm-hmm.
We just going to do our own traditional farming,
Mm-hmm.
because for agroecology to be integrated in our own county policies, because agroecology is about sustainability. It's about farmers also having an authority to even decide what to eat, and even having that food forest in your farm. You have everything in your farm, like bananas, You have mangoes, you have fruits, you have vegetables. And you see the price of buying vegetables is very expensive. For a family which has like 12 kids or 10 kids, how many sukuma wiki will you buy? We have mothers here. How many of you? It's about 100 shillings for you to feed a family. And if you have your own kitchen garden, it gives you power to decide how much to feed your family. Thank you.
All right, so food sovereignty, you're saying it's not just about independence of states, broad picture.
It's not about climate smart, it's about food sovereignty, it's about agroecology and nature farming. We tell farmers to buy and have your own food and carbon, keeping the carbon in the soil and not destroying the soil, because the soil is food.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, I'm coming to that. But Julia, in the broader conversation of climate change, what's the space of food sovereignty? And seed, actually you are very specific, you talked of seed sovereignty.
Like I said before, we cannot have a conversation on food security without thinking of seed security, because seed is a basis for food. For us to get food, we first have to have enough seed, seed that is also the variety of seeds. What we are seeing now, example, the hybrid seeds that we have, you see mostly they focus on, let's say maize, that is mostly commercial, beans. So you find that we are losing our food, our indigenous food. When was the last time any of us here maybe ate yellow maize, boiled yellow maize or boiled red maize? We are losing this, and these are rich, nutritious food. So what we are doing, we are going towards quantity of food without quality. Because also when we talk of food security, it's also in it there is nutritional security. When we eat food, we need to have variety of food. So only what I'm trying to say is that this conversation on climate also, you see when we say we are growing food and we are using hybrid seed, what that means is we are using fertilizers, a lot of fertilizers to grow this seed. And even my colleague mentioned on climate smart agriculture. And what I would say is this is just a smart way of hiding the conventional and chemical use by using climate smart, because we talk of precision agriculture, and precision agriculture means there is specific time when you should maybe add a fertilizer, add pesticide. We are still promoting chemical use. So what I would talk of, it's climate resilient agriculture, where we are using seeds that they are adapted to our climate, and so they are able to grow with the climate that it doesn't need a lot of inputs like fertilizer. So mostly zero budget farming, and our farmers can achieve this because we are dealing with small scale farmers. They don't have all this money to buy all these different inputs, because with climate smart, you're told after 2 weeks, add this fertilizer, spray this pesticide. So this is what we are trying to say, that we need to take a step back. The technology in agriculture is, some of the technology may be doing us more harm than good.
Leonida, my question is this. If you listen to the scientists, they say the reason we should consider adopting GMO seeds is because, first of all, you don't need as much pesticides. And also they call them drought tolerance, right? They have a heightened drought tolerance. So, I mean, if these indigenous seeds you're talking about, this biodiversity was working, then why do we have people who are starving? Because we are told the reason we should import GMO is so that we can secure our food systems.
Okay. One thing I want to mention is that with GM, what is going to happen is that at every level of the production process, you're going to have to use synthetic fertilizers. And as we all know, not many farmers can afford those fertilizers. And you all heard of the outcry when the Ukrainian war happened, and the prices of fertilizers were going real high. Farmers could not afford. So that really tells us that we need to have a system where farmers can be able to afford the inputs. And that's why now for us as an organization, we are pushing for agroecology, where the farmer uses locally available inputs. For example, we do train farmers to do basic soil testing. Basically, you look at, you do observation. Just look at how many earthworms are there on your soil. And if you talk to farmers who've been using chemicals, they'll tell you that the number of with genetically modified organisms as part of our food system. One, we all need to know that this is market-based. The whole thing is about creating markets for companies, multinational corporations in the global north. The question is, where was the public participation in this? The other issue is that our constitution talks about healthy food, nutritious, culturally appropriate. So my question is, how culturally appropriate are genetically modified food? They're exactly going contrary to what our constitution says, because it talks about culture. Are genetically modified organisms or genetically modified food anchored on African culture? And of course, we've all heard we all see the mergers that are happening in Europe, especially with the agrochemicals, and of course they are creating more and more power. And we are also seeing, for example, at the African Union level, there's a push for, the legislations. If you look at our legislations, for example, they're outlawing sharing of uncertified seeds. If you look at our Kenya's Crops Act, and if you look at the Seed and Plant Varieties Act, they have punitive clauses. What I can say is that these are gimmicks to enable multinational corporations to have a playing field when they come to sell their products.
All right. But then, okay, my final question is this so that I can open the floor to questions. Monica and Julia, if our indigenous seeds are good enough, why do we still have people going hungry?
That's a good question. And sadly, I come from an hunger-stricken county. And we need to go back to our traditional farming. I grew up in an agro-pastoralist community. And when I was young, my mother didn't use there was no fertilizer then. We were using cow dung, livestock droppings. Why is it now that because they're imposing us to buy seeds, buy fertilizers, and at the end of the farming, there is no produce? Farmers get losses because they have to pay back because they lost that produce. We have a Kenya seed in my county, Marigat, let's speak. But at times, farmers cry because the produce, they don't make money out of that. So, and they're given loans. Why are you giving loans to impoverished farmers? Why don't we go our own old way when we used to produce our own food? And that was early 90s, we used to have food. But when the conventional agriculture came in, they're killing us. So traditional farming is the way to go, and we need to tell our government to be firm. It's not about growing trees. I was sad because my president talked about planting trees of your age. I'm 40 years old. I will go and plant 40 trees. Will I eat the trees? We need to advocate about food security, and food security is about as agroecology for food security. Thank you.
You know, when you said your contribution on that.
My call is to government, and I see Madam Elachi is here. Restricts farmers from exchanging their seeds, and they define exchange as selling. So anything exchanging, but luckily we have already farmers in court, and we hope this will be deemed unconstitutional. But going forward, I think also our leaders need to understand that every day, even on the radio, I hear seeds are being advertised, fertilizer is being advertised. So this, when our communities and people, they are hearing and listening to the media, you find that we forget our indigenous, they become underutilized, and then eventually we lose those varieties. And this is what we are saying. We don't want to lose those varieties. So we want the government to also take initiative and recognize farmer-managed seed systems and allow the farmers to also sell the seeds. So usually if a farmer decides to sell Managu seeds, I know you know Managu, the black nightshade. So there are so many varieties, but what you find, already we are importing exotic black nightshade. And so we are losing our own varieties, the small ones that were bitter and tasty. We don't have that anymore. So this is what we are saying, that we will solve the food security situation, but we have to start from the basic. Let's remember the seed. Even our curriculum, I did agriculture in school, but I feel somehow, in a way, it is manipulated by these multinationals in a way, because always we are taught on fertilizer use, chemical use, pesticide. So when I'm done with school, I go back home, I will always advise my mom, please use this fertilizer. If it's not working, add this. That is why we are always on we are not progressing. And so also the curriculum is a problem. We need to teach our schools on seed and on also indigenous conservation, biodiversity, to ensure that all the varieties that we have, we don't lose them.
All right. Thank you. I'd like to open the floor to questions. I'm not a scientist, but for those of me who are not scientists and those who are, is what they're saying making sense? All right. Nancy's idea hapa. Can start with Daisy. Her arm is raised very high.
Thank you, Olive, and thank you to the panelists. It's good to hear these conversations because it also takes us back to our childhood, because I remember those dung heaps that, that were compost, that were used as compost. But then the government, those laws about certifying seeds, is it possible to have indigenous seeds certified? Can you certify indigenous seeds? Because I think one of the things, I do think there is some mischief about, being able to create a market for the multinationals, but I also think that there is something about preventing rogue seed sellers, because there are people in the market who sell bad seed, So is there a way that the indigenous seed sellers can negotiate with the government so as to have indigenous seeds recognized? And of course, the punitive measures taken away, because I do think there's something about that. And the same thing goes for the organic fertilizer, because that's also something that they're trying to stop. Something about health, that it brings about some health concerns. So is it possible that we get these methods actually recognized? Because constitutionally, the state is supposed to do something about it in terms of preserving our indigenous culture, and I imagine that indigenous seed saving and indigenous means of farming can fall under that. So I think there's a constitutional way of doing it.
All right, there are two ladies here. There's one in the glasses.
Right, I'm Malasen again. My question is on pesticides. As much as we are advocating for organic pesticides, we still have a challenge, because I have an urban garden whereby it's like aphids are becoming more resistant to the organic one, because I engage on organic pesticides, but I still have challenge with the aphids. So how does the science meet the indigenous knowledge? Because that is where we need to actually come up to the level whereby we can have a modern and resistance-free pesticide that can be used, which is safer by the end of the day. Because as time goes by, I will be forced to go back to the pesticide, which is chemically made.
There's the lady in the glasses. I think that will be the last question we'll take.
My name is Maureen Cherono. I'm a journalist. And my concern is, we've talked about how the indigenous seeds have nutritional value. And another panelist has mentioned about how multinationals are using this as an opportunity to, make profit. But my interest is, does us having this particular maybe GMO products have any effect on us in terms of our health, in terms of nutrition we get for our bodies, and therefore leading to us having what we now call mental health.
All right. So, Leonida, I'll ask you to take the question from, no, actually, I think Julia, you're better pleased to answer this question from Daisy on the question of certification of indigenous seeds. Leonida, I'll ask you to take the question that has been raised. But remind me your name? Maureen, as far as nutrition and health is concerned. And then, Monica, are you able to take the one on pesticides, organic pesticides? And are we just resistant to change on this panel? Start.
All right. Thank you. Is there a way to certify indigenous seeds? I think that's a very good question. And the process of certifying seed, we start from there. It's a long process. You need to come up with a descriptor. So, of course, it's possible to certify indigenous seeds. And as Seed Savers Network, we are working on we are calling open source seed, where we want farmer seeds to belong to the farmers and anyone is free to use them. We don't want to have a license and a certificate where we are asking, we have a patent and we are asking people to pay for food. No. So the process of certifying seed is a long process. Farmers are not able to do this. Yeah, and they need support, of course, because you need to develop like a 40 pages descriptor of a variety. So if you want to register, say, the Black Knight variety in different ways, like how are the leaves, how is the seed color, what is the size of the seed, all these details in like a 40 page, and then through the KEFIS, the Kenya plant and yeah. So there's all that long process that our own farmers are not able to achieve, and also there's a lot of money that you need to pay to certify also. So that needs support, and I think also the people who are here, we are like-minded and we can work together on that. So already the process has started. We want to get an open source license where the farmers are able to freely sell their seeds and be able to certify, but through help from like us as a civil society organization, and we call other organizations to also join in.
All right.
Yeah.
Leonida?
Okay, to respond to the question of genetically modified organisms and health, one thing I want to point out, first of all, I'm not a scientist, I'm a political my field is political science, but of course I've been working with farmers, and maybe I'd like to request Olive whether you can show the slide on the 7th page, because it actually shows food that have been organically produced and are very healthy. This is something we got in Bungoma. We came back yesterday, and you'll actually see that this growing indigenous food can actually work. So in responding to that, one thing I want to point out is that with the genetic modification, what happens is that they take genes of 2 different species and put them together. And when you talk about natural food production, we use the natural species. But now they take 2 different species. They can decide to take a maize seed and maybe an insect and take it to a lab and modify it. The last one. 14, the 14th one. And so this modification process in the lab is actually a process of alteration of the natural status of things. Right now, what is happening is something called gene silencing and gene editing. I don't know how many of you have heard of gene drives, where mosquitoes are made to become infertile, and the infertile ones are then sent to, kill the other mosquitoes. Those are some of the dangers that we look at when we talk about genetically modified organisms. And of course, what is happening is that if it's not a natural, with the GM, what happens is that they do something called, they insert something called terminator gene. I don't know how many of you have heard farmers say that They bought seeds, they planted them, it reached a point, but it never, moved from that point. We had a case in Machakos, for example, where in a village, it's called Muvuti, the whole village, in rural settings, you may have just one agrovet where you buy all your seeds. And the entire village bought seeds from this particular agrovet. They were told that if the seeds, after 3 weeks, they don't start sprouting, they call a number. They were given a number to call. When they called this number, the response was, the mobile subscriber cannot be reached. And we all know that in Kenya, in the bulk of Africa, people depend on manual labor when they till the land. And so that's why we are pushing for indigenous seeds where people are assured of their productivity. Seeds have been shared all over the ages. And we never, like if you look at the health, for example, right now we're having very many cancer cases. And part of it can be traced to the type of food we eat and the chemical fertilizers that are used in the food. There was an example of a guy who was a worker in a school in the US who got cancer because of exposure to the chemicals, and he actually sued the chemical company and is being paid a lot of money. But then what is the point of being paid money when you actually have cancer and you might die? So what I think is that prevention is better, and we need to go back to our seeds. And just maybe to show some of the, these are some of the things that we are doing in terms of, this is Madare, we are doing basic soil testing. What you do is you look at how many earthworms are there, you look at how much green matter you can be able to observe, and you look at water retention capacity, how much water can your soil hold. And then we train farmers on how to do composting. If you take good care of your soil, you can actually take good care of your food. Okay. Thank you.
Monica?
Yeah, about the pest control, we have to do it traditionally. Way before they brought our pesticides, we used to have our knowledge, indigenous knowledge. And for the lady who asked, how many of you have urban farms, a small kitchen garden? Thank you. You need to start intercropping. Unapanda pilipili, katikati, lemongrass. They are good pest control. Just intercrop chili, lemongrass, variety of them, they'll control that. And then for organic, for solid pesticide, you mix sodo maple. You know sodo maple? There are variety, there are so much in these areas, rural areas. Neem, mwarbaini, pilipili, aloe vera, and then you crush them, and then you soak them overnight. You spray, and you eat your food. You can even wash your vegetables and eat the same day. So let's practice organic and preach the gospel with us. Thank you.
All right, so I will conclude this panel at that point. But Maureen, the question of terminator gene, because Leonida has admitted she's a political scientist, not a... Yes, so I've hosted some researchers on the question of GMOs, and they say they've denied that the terminator gene is applicable in this case. But people are allowed to have, that's why we're having a debate. So perhaps you'd also like to get input or insight from those specialists as well. All right, so ladies, thank you very much. Thank you. From gene editing and gene silencing, the next subject, our final panel of the day. I know many of you are hoping to beat that traffic. I would like to call on stage Dr. Vicky Betty Chepkorir. She is the moderator for this next session. She's the one who's telling us we are beyond planting trees, we're at the point of nurturing them. We have on her panel, she has Jacqueline Makoha, Deputy Director, State Department of Gender and Gender Negotiator, Kenya Delegation, UNFCCC. We have Norbert Nyandira, National Coordinator, SUSWatch Kenya. We have SUS Watch. We have Brian Omenyi, Coordinator, Seth K. Abigail Kima, who is host and producer of Hali Hewa podcast, and
Good afternoon, everyone. The response is low. Mimi kama mwalimu wa climate change, sijafurahia hiyo response. Good afternoon. We saved the best for last, and we are going to be quick. Quick because what we are discussing was in the news for the last 2 weeks. Wale watu wamekuja hapa wakatuambia Sharm el-Sheikh, UNFCCC, IPCCC, all those things. Now that's what we want to use the next 15 minutes to just wrap up and discuss. And I'm privileged and I have the pleasure and privilege to have a high-level panel, a mix across board to help us to contextualize the UNFCCC process and what it means to us in this room. So together with my panelists, we will try to break whatever was happening in Sharm el-Sheikh and has been happening from 1992 when the framework was signed to these women and our mothers who've come from Turkana and other parts of this country. So I'll quickly allow my panelists to introduce themselves in about 30 seconds so that we save time for the main session. Just tell us who you are, what you have been doing in that space, and whether you've had the privilege to attend the COP conferences. I'll start with you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. My name is Norbert Nyindire, the National Coordinator for Sustainable Environmental Development Watch, or SASWatch Kenya. And SASWatch Kenya is a network of different civil society organizations that come together on matters of sustainable development goals, and also looking at how to influence different policies on climate change. So we operate at the international level where we actually participate in the negotiations, and also at the national level where we also participate in policy frameworks. And besides that, then we work with the communities directly at the county level, where at the counties where we work with, we've also managed to influence policy development and climate change regulations. Thank you.
Jacqueline?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jacqueline Makoha. I'm a director at the State Department for Gender and Affirmative Action. As you're all aware, gender is a cross-cutting issue, so we find ourselves in all the sectors, and climate change being one of such a sector that is very critical, and so we have a stake in it. And beyond that, I'm a gender and climate change negotiator, specifically the current national focal point on gender and climate change outcomes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Brian Omenyi. I work with Sustainable Energy Access Forum Kenya, which is also a network of civil society organizations that promote access to renewable energy, and we advocate these through influencing policies, both at the national and the county level. And yes, we were part of the team in COP.
Good afternoon. My name is Abigail Kiprono Kima. I am a young climate justice advocate, and I do my activism through storytelling, through a podcast called Hali Hewa. We are Kenyans, you know Hali Hewa is basically translation for climate or weather. Launched in June of this year with the force to tell our own stories of the climate crisis, how it is impacting African communities. So I had conversations with such amazing people who are doing a lot of stuff within the continent, and they tried to really break down the complex terms used to describe climate change in a way that relates to our day-to-day lives. And yes, I was also at COP speaking to a lot of young people from across Africa who are doing such amazing work, which I believe can be replicated in other parts of the world, and I'm happy to share my experience. Thank you.
Thank you. And Janine?
Hi, I'm Janine Cocker. I'm the head of development cooperation here for the Canadian High Commission. The government of Canada is a feminist government and funds feminist movements, but one of our core action area within that feminist approach is climate change. So happy to be here too.
Thank you. It's a powerful panel. Thank you. And I confirm that everybody on this side of the table was in Sharm el-Sheikh. Yeah, so busting this bubble, Jacqueline, what are these big terms? UNFCCC, IPCC, what is it? What is the role of women there? What's happening around women in that big animal called UNFCCC?
Okay, thank you very much. UNFCCC is one of the UN conventions. So United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So the 3 Cs convention, and for those of you fall into law. So then, for such a convention, then all the aspirations of that convention, we have an obligation as a country to contribute in the discussions, but also commit to achieving the aspirations of the convention. So that is about the UNFCCC, and yes, it's important for us, and now talking, based on my role there as a gender and climate change negotiator, the UNFCCC has different thematic negotiation streams, and we've been talking about different aspects, be it agriculture, energy, many aspects that are affected by climate change. And the beauty of it is that gender and climate change is also a thematic subject that is handled at that level, just to ensure that issues of gender are integrated across board, because gender is about men and women in their different intersections, and they have a stake in every sector. We've been talking here about the energy sector, the agriculture sector, talk of transport, in terms of emissions, in carrying out our different gender roles. We contribute to the emissions differently as men and women of different intersections, and we also are impacted upon differently. And that is why, the gender agenda has to be strong in that, so that even as we discuss about the different interventions, we have that gender lens to ensure that our interventions are well targeted and work to address those gender inequalities across board.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline. I'll still ask you the second question, because in a sense, based on what you do, you're the custodian of this process locally as the focal point. I'd like to find out how the Kenyan women are involved in this UNFCCC process. How are they involved? And what's their voice in there?
Okay, first and foremost, the UNFCCC process, which it's coordinated by the Minister of Environment, and I'm happy that earlier on, colleagues from the Minister of Environment were also able to share a bit about that. And within that coordination framework, and together with us as government stakeholders and other stakeholders, you find that in that coordination, there's quite a bit of representation. I wouldn't be surprised that quite a number of civil society organizations seated in this room are also in that space. So you find that, like, prior to the COP, for instance, we had to come together as stakeholders and look at our circumstances, local circumstances that are affecting us, and blending with what we are going to talk about at the UNFCCC, and come up with a collective voice, both government stakeholders, civil society stakeholders, who are then representative of the voices at the very local level, because of course it's not practically possible to bring everyone in the room, and so these voices are represented by people like yourselves through the relevant formation, civil society organization, faith-based organizations, the private sector, and all. And even when you look at the delegation that was at COP, it was very inclusive. We even had some women from Mashinani, and I'm sure you saw the mama who was talking on one of the panels just yesterday from Pokot, bringing that voice on behalf of the women from that local community. Of course, the representation is not as much as it should be, but I'm happy that at least as a country, we've made these efforts to make sure that these voices find space at that international level. And even this time round, I think the youth representation was very strong. And I think it should be a continuous effort to ensure that all the intersections, women with disability, men with disability, women and men from marginalized communities, you know, all of them are had at that level. And also the beauty of it is that as a government, we represent all the voices. So for myself as a negotiator, when I go to that negotiation stream, I'll have carried the voices that, you know, the collective that we put together pre-COP to ensure that these issues are articulated in the negotiation streams. It's not usually easy, but we put up a fight to the, you know, greatest extent possible.
Thank you very much, Jacqueline, and we are very proud of what you're doing as our focal point and key negotiator. I'd like to bring in Janine to help us get this global and bigger view of the COP conferences, UNFCCC, and involvement of women, with a view of trying to understand what better can we do? What more can we do to have women voices, gender voices more heard in the COP process? What could we do?
It's not an easy question. So I'll tell you what we're trying to do, because we've recognized this as a significant gap. And I said before that Canada is a feminist government, and we've declared that. And all of our funding and assistance has to be feminist. And so for us, we take a very feminist approach to things like COP and climate change. So when we look at, for example, climate change, we know that yes, women and girls are often victims of the outcomes of climate change, but also they are the answer, and they need to be included. And so we look at things like ensuring that they're included in employment, ensuring that they're included, clean tech employment, for example, that ensure that they're included in decision making, ensure that funding is specifically targeted to the unique needs, because actually, yes, women and girls have unique needs in climate change. So for us, we just doubled our financing to climate change, $5.3 billion, and Canadian dollars, and gender equality, it has to. And we have a lot of other things that we do. We're working on an environmental census so we can get data that can interlink socioeconomic gender data to environment data, because we don't have that kind of thing that shows the real evidence. And I think the biggest thing, and I hope Daisy can speak to this as well, is that we fund you. Right? We fund you. And we don't fund you in a traditional way. We fund the movement. Because we know this have been self-funding for all these times, bringing yourselves together, because you know it's a good thing. But this is the way that we get voices to the table, because this is a collection of incredible advocates that can lead up the way there. Right? And then we fund your capacity. Because we know that you've been doing it off the side of your kitchen table while you're taking care of your children, and while you're, doing your own education, while you're doing your kitchen garden, and professionalize you as an advocate. Because I think that is important. That's how we're going to get the women at the table, and that's how we're going to get the voice, and that's how you can bring evidence, is to professionalize what you do.
Thank you very much, Janine. And please know that the women of Kenya appreciate what you do, including the support you give to Crown Trust. We thank you. Brian, on the issues of energy, the women in this room in the evening will cook for themselves and for their children. Every single woman who is here will cook, and they need a source of energy. In the bigger UNFCCC framework and the COP conference, what's there regarding energy? And what can these women take home to be the contribution of the international community to their energy needs? In about 2 minutes.
Thank you. Of the greenhouse gas emissions. So that is where the challenge is, and that is where we need to focus our energies towards. In Kenya alone, indoor air pollution as a result of cooking accounts for about 21,000 deaths annually, which is a big number that needs to be changed. But at the highest level, these people might not understand, because for them, they don't face these challenges. They have electricity access, which they can use, electric cooking. But for Mwananchi, the Mamamboga in Kibera, who does not, can even struggles to afford electricity, cannot use that electric cooking for cooking purposes. And therefore, we need to understand what is the context at the ground. When we tell our Mamambogas not to use charcoal, not to use the 3 open stone cooking method, which alternatives are we using or providing to them? Which mechanisms are we supporting them with to ensure they access funding for them to be able to purchase these energy-saving jikos, the improved cook stoves, so that can be able to afford these things and access them clearly. One of the challenges we are having, and we were expecting that COP could address, was financing towards the energy transition, but that has not still happened. It's a discussion that continues to happen. There's a push and pull between developed countries and developing countries. They don't want to transition from the use of fossil fuels, which are contributing to the destruction. They continue to use coal, which is one of the destructive means to contribute to greenhouse gases. And therefore, how do we domesticate in our context? So one of the things I think as a country we are doing, the president promised that by 2030 we are going to transition to clean cooking by ensuring that our communities access renewable energy services. So how do we support development of policies to ensure that this is achieved? How do we empower communities to be able to be part of this process?
Thank you very much, Brian. And it did brings me to the question to Norbert, that the UNFCCC process has successes and an equal measure of failure and challenges. What do you consider to have been some of the key, just in highlights, some of the key achievements from the recently concluded COP?
Yeah, thank you so much. I would also like to mention that I participate in the transparency negotiations. And what is very critical in this is that from this COP27, a lot of decisions actually were made. And it was just a follow-up because from the Glasgow COP that we had, a lot of decisions were also made, especially on enhanced transparency framework. But to this end, then it was the very first time that we were getting loss and damage agenda to be discussed, because in the past, matters of loss and damage has been an issue with the small island development states, and also the LDCs who have been looking at how to get maybe climate finances to help them maybe to evacuate their areas which are being submerged. But for the very first time, which was very historical, we got this to be an agenda item in COP. And it was actually amazing that by the time the COP was finishing, there was a loss and damage finance facility that was being considered. Of course, there is that transition committee that is looking at how to operationalize that fund. But the good thing is that we at least managed to actually secure a loss and damage finance that is going to help in maybe addressing different challenges which are affecting women and also the different vulnerable communities. But besides that, then, because the other thing that was very critical in this COP was to look at how then we could double climate finance, especially that goes to adaptation, because in the past, from other analyses or maybe other reports that have been done by OECD, we've noted that more than 70% of these funds that come to developing countries are in form of loans, and in most cases, that 70% goes to mitigation. So to this end, then the fight or the struggle has been, how then can we double the adaptation fund? Because when you speak about climate change in an African context or in a Kenyan context, we're looking at how then can we enable our communities to adapt. So the issue has been, how can we then double this climate finance that goes to adaptation? The good thing is that from this, the global goal on adaptation, at least there was that rallying call to the developed countries to look at how then they can make their commitments, because there was that commitment to raise around 100 billion by 2020, which we have not yet seen so far, even though they were reporting that 76 billion had already been, US dollars had already been realized by last year's COP. But there was this rallying call for these different developed countries to see how then they can put in place this climate finance. But beyond that, then there was issues of now technological transfer, which has also been an issue in the past. So from this COP, at least there were also decisions that were made and they were arrived at. And we are looking forward to how then some of these technologies can now be transferred so that our women who are living in the rural communities, or maybe our women generally who are marginalized, can actually benefit from such finances.
Thank you very much, Norbert. Lastly, I'll go to Abigail, who's been having conversations on her podcast about different aspects of climate change. What's your experience been? What do you make of our level of awareness on climate change? And where do you think the work is? In just about, I hope I can be granted 2 more minutes. Yes.
I think from the conversations I've had, you realize very quickly the level of awareness of climate change is a bit low. And it's not that we are not going through the experience or the impacts of climate change. It's just that most of us cannot pinpoint it to climate change. And in some of the conversations I had with women in Isiolo County, they say it's an act of God or punishment. But then you see, we only act from a point of information. And when we have a level of awareness, then we know, okay, this is climate change happening, so what can we do? And beyond seeing how the level of awareness is low, you also realize that there are so many people who are already doing a lot of stuff back at home. So in this, this was the 27th conference on climate change. It started when some of us were not even born. And over the years, we are speaking about the same thing over and over again. For example, you've talked about loss and damage, and we've said we finally have a fund facility. But the next conversation is going to be, where is the money coming from? How will the money flow to communities? How can communities access it? Is it easily accessible? So you see, this is such a simple question, but could take us 2 or 3 years to decide, okay, yeah, this is where money is going to come from. So I personally have hope in communities. I would rather we come back home, create awareness, know what we should do. And I think from the conversations we've had in the morning, we already have an idea of get any further like we all did, but we are taking our voices to that place. And then when we come back home, remember, let's come and do something for ourselves. Let's build our communities. Let's build our resilience by ourselves. So,
Thank you, Abigail. A round of applause to my panelists. Thank you. And I'd like to now open the floor for a quick round of questions. And I know even before they ask, my panelists, when you speak to the people who are critical of the processes of COP, they say, hawa tu ni kwenda mikutano na shopping. So you'd have to convince them that there's actually something we go and do. Daisy.
Thank you. And thank you for the panelists' talk. My question really, I'm directing it to Janine. And I want to introduce a controversial topic. I don't know if you have ever heard of Rose Mutiso, who advocates for Africa not to adopt the same principles that the global north have adopted in terms of climate mitigation strategies, because collectively Africa contributes the least amount of emissions to the climate crisis. So her advocacy is around the global north reducing its emissions, but allowing for African countries to rack up their emissions, because we still suffer energy poverty, and some of the productivity that Africa needs to the kind of industrialization that Africa needs to drive productivity means that Africa is going to have to, in the interim, use up some of its fossil fuels. And so her argument is that the amount of deficit that there is should be used up by Africa, that our advocacy should be for Africa to be allowed to to build their industries, which means generating more carbon emissions while having the global north lower their emissions. What do you think about that proposal?
Good question. Please allow me to take a round so that they can all be answered. Africa contributes about 2.85% only. Yeah. So Daisy's argument has a pedestal. Yeah. Over to you.
Thank you so much, the lovely panelists. Last year in COP, there was a pledge of 100 billion. As negotiators, as civil society representatives, what has been done so far, and what are you as a negotiator doing, especially Jackie, Norbert, and the rest?
Yeah, I think who would take that? It's on climate finance. Thank you. Jacqueline, you can take that for us. Be government now. Yes, there's a lady over there. It's unfortunate we don't have names on the table. Yeah, where's the mic?
Here.
Oh, let's have her because she's near the mic and then come to you. I think we'll do 5 in the interest of time, so 2 more. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Rahab Kimatu. So my question goes to Jacqueline, who talked about after they went for COP27, they presented everything that the voices of different women. And also you talked about persons with disability. So what I need to know is what did you present for persons with disability, because I can't remember any time that we persons with disability were called for any discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please clap for her. And thank you, Daisy, that you ensured that we have her and a number of other. That would be your question, the PWDs and their engagements. Yeah?
Well, I'm particularly impressed about this day because it touches matters that are actually not just close to my heart, but close to the communities that I have had an opportunity to interact with. Now, I love what Abigail mentioned about coming back to our communities, and I will connect this to what Honorable Chege earlier mentioned about technology. CA has us data that over 50%, we are over 50% internet penetration in Kenya, so that means the technology is actually playing an important role. And I was actually doing a research which is not yet in public domain about women and technology and how they become drivers to, socio-economic matters, and which will touch on this particular climate change. But what came out was that most of our families are on survival mode. How are we going to use technology to get us fast out of survival mode for me to get to start thinking about tomorrow and generation, because now I'm just working toward maybe the 100 shillings for the day.
Thank you. Technology. We will give that to Brian. A last one? Yeah, there's a lady here. And please allow us to close with that question.
Thank you. My name is Njeri Karanja. I'm very excited to be here today, especially because I'm taking my doctorate thesis on the intersectionality between fiscal policy and climate colonization. And I'd like to shoot a very quick question. Maybe it will just be food for thought, especially because our panelists attended the convention in Egypt. Women are the best entry point into this conversation for children, because you realize most of the formative years of humans, that's where we learn what we actually become. Otherwise, in this age of teenagehood and adulthood, a lot of things we are just trying to relearn and unlearn what we already know. So from what you guys were able to pick from there, what initiatives can you bring back to us, which we can take to our communities, about how, as women, we can nurture our kids right from age 1, so that as they grow, they are able to have habits, characters that are actually conscious of the climate change conversation.
Thank you. What did we bring back? And as I give my panelists to answer the question, I'm just curious, how many of us on the other side of this room were in Egypt? Show of hands, anyone? Who has ever attended any COP conference other than the one in Egypt? Like this, sure. As we come. Abigail, you could quickly touch on the initiatives that we brought home. And I think we have about 30 seconds to answer the question because of time. You know, if we are not careful, we might cause some gender-based violence tonight. Because if we get home at night, we are starting another women and gender issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Daisy, for that easy question. Look, I think there's a recognition that it's unequal. I think the Loss and Damage Fund is an example of that. Personally, I don't think the answer is to open it up to more carbon in the air right now. Over 4 million Kenyans right now are almost starving because of climate change. And so to open up the floods and say, oh, well, we didn't do this, so let's just keep her going, I feel like that's not gonna help. And I also think there's a lot more clean technology now that the North, the global North, did not have when developing it. So I think that there's more reasons and opportunities, and it's getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper. Even look at solar right now, that we didn't have access to in the global North up until recently. So I think that there is opportunity actually to leapfrog sort of the carbon creation.
Thank you. So Daisy, it's already bad enough. It's already bad enough. There's no quota to add any bad on the bad enough. Abigail?
I didn't quite get the question.
She was asking what we learned and what we brought home that they could now take to their communities. I know that's a whole discussion of about 2 hours, just in passing. What are the quick things, 1 or 2, that you learned that you would want us to consider moving forward?
So I guess now the conversation that we are having is how we make sure there's inclusion of women and gender in these conversations. So one recommendation off the top of my head would be, and you're here from the ministry, so I know by the time we get to the next COP, that is in November, conversation starts from January. So how about we really, as the audience, find out from the different counties that you come from, their climate change acts, try and find ways in which you can immerse yourself into the system, where you can just share your recommendations. And I think she's talked about how nobody consulted her when they were talking about gender. So off the top of my head, let's be ambassadors, because you're here for a reason, you have this information, and you have a responsibility to take it back home to your people, because that's the only way we learn, that's the only way we grow.
Thank you. Thank you. Brian, the issues on technology.
Technology transfer has been one of the key areas that developing countries have been pushing for, because we have to accept that climate change impacts affects both developed and developing countries. But one of the differences is developed countries have the technologies and the infrastructure to rebuild back quickly and be able to move on with their lives, which is a difference that us as developing countries don't have. So how do we ensure that we have quality and efficient technologies being transferred to developing countries as part of the support to enable them to build back, but also trickles down to us as a country? What are the initiatives that the national government is putting in place? We all appreciate the digital space, how technology has penetrated even to the local level in Kenya. How does our government ensure that we make use of these capacities to enhance research, development, and the skills that we are within our communities and our universities?
Thank you. I hear Brian to be saying that we need to think about our local technologies, local-led, so that if we are thinking about effective, efficient energy cooking stoves, we think about the one that they call in the North Rift Chepkube, so that we are not changing their lifestyle. We're just improving efficiency, so that the technologies that we are passing are local-led. Thank you. Jacqueline?
Yeah, mine is on the issue of inclusion, specifically disability. As I mentioned, during coordination, like pre-COP, there's usually representation of different constituencies, like youth organizations, women's organizations. I would be lying if I said I saw a disability-specific institution during, our country position preparations. But then, as an institution responsible for gender, of course, when we talk about gender, we talk about, from an intersectional point of view. But again, even when you look at the Gender Action Plan at the UNFCCC, we talk about vulnerabilities without breaking them down. And this time round, during the negotiations, we attempted, actually, as the Kenyan negotiators, we attempted to kind of break it down, because when we just talk about vulnerabilities, and maybe we talk about the youth, you talk about women from marginalized communities, indigenous women, you find that not many times are women with disabilities mentioned. We tried to push that, it didn't flow through, but the beauty again, through just our bilaterals with the colleagues from different countries, there's actually a push towards coming up with a formation to push disability to be also kind of an agenda that stands out, so that it's not lost in the many intersections. So it is something that we will follow through, and I personally commit that working with the colleagues from the Ministry of Environment going forward in the discussions will be more deliberate in ensuring that the organizations championing for disability issues are also represented deliberately.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you. Lastly, Norbert, in 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Climate finance.
Yeah, thank you so much. On climate finance and what Cindy asked, what civil societies are doing, I would like to mention that it's the civil societies that started a private members bill back in 2010 to have a climate change authority bill by then. Unfortunately, it didn't go through because of the differences that the civil societies had with the ministry. But eventually, it was taken back to the ministry, and currently we are boasting of having the Climate Change Act of 2016. To this end, I've been also been privileged to actually work with Crown Trust, where we actually went through all these different counties where they are working. And what our work was to actually create awareness on climate change. And you had the powerful delegation of women who are here talking about actually what they learned from that process. So we've been at the county climate finance units. It's actually the civil societies that have been at the forefront of trying to actually put in place some of these maybe regulations or measures, or maybe putting in place some of these committees. And to this end, through the other consortium, the other consortiums actually, which have been really crucial in formulation of this county climate change policies, laws, and also finance regulations. So to this end, the civil societies are really working so much to ensure that climate change actually finance is realized at the counties, and also to benefit the communities at the local level. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Norbert. And that brings us to the end of this panel discussion. I think the take home that we quickly get before you clap is that we have an opportunity through Jacqueline and the others who have been engaging in these processes, particularly the pre-COP process, Daisy, because the pre-COP activities happen here. A lot of us will not be able to go to COP, but how can we ensure that through the office of Jacqueline and others, we are able to have more women voices to join the pre-COP voices ahead of the COPs? Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for listening to us. A round of applause, please. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, and there are also post-COPs. We will share the information about it. Thank you.
Clap for Dr. Vicky as well. Dr. Vicky, you have nothing to apologize for. I think you did. Okay. Okay, Jacqueline says there is a post-COP conference on Monday organized by the ministry, so she will share that information. But doesn't Dr. Vicky deserve a hearty hand clap? You did a commendable job. I think you had the largest panel out of all of them, and you dealt with a lot of technical matters, but broke it down so that we were able to understand. So, tunanusia kwenda nyumbani sasa. Wale wanaenda nyumbani. You'll please move this forward for me. So a lot has been said today, morning session, mid-morning session, and the afternoon session. And we have had rapporteurs who have been taking down all the commitments that have been made, whether by Nairobi Water or by NEMA, all the parties who are involved today. I'd like to invite Cindy Kobe to Cindy is one of the organizers. She works with Crown Trust.
Attendance and for showing up. I will quickly go through the commitments that have been made by the keynote address speakers and comms. As they prepare, the Canadian High Commissioner was present, and I'd like to appreciate Janine Bai. Thank you so much for coming. The High Commissioner said that Canada has doubled its commitment over $5 billion Canadian dollars to climate finance. Let's have a round of applause for that. Including adaptation. And a minimum of 80% of these funds will seek to apply a rights-based, gender-responsive, and intersectional approach to support women's leadership and decision-making in all aspects of climate change, adaptation, and mitigation. The Canadian High Commission commits to collaborate with national and county governments, especially in the implementation of the progressive laws and policies addressing Article 43 of the Kenyan Constitution. The Canadian High Commissioner applauded the efforts of the women's rights movements and committed to supporting them to sustain the strength of the movement. Let's have a round of applause for the Canadian High Commissioner. That's not enough. Yeah. For the CS Water, Honorable Alice Wahome, she said that the ministry will work with women at the grassroots and national level to actualize the President's vision to grow 5 billion trees in the next 5 years. I hope you will join that movement as an individual. Please do. The Director for Climate Change, Dr. Pacifica Ogola, she affirmed that the Climate Change Directorate is working with the Ministry of Gender and Youth Affairs to implement priority projects with a gender and climate lens. The Honorable Waithera Chege invited Daisy Amdani to receive the motion on strategies and programs on climate change within the county, and it has been tabled to the speaker, and it will be a motion. Waithera will tell us more about this motion. Honorable Beatrice Elachi, she challenged stakeholders in climate change to have programs and frameworks to sensitize the women in informal settlements, to plant trees, address garbage and sewerage management and water conservation. She also challenged practitioners in the climate change space to sensitize people on the current laws on garbage management and solid waste management, as these also affect climate change mitigation. These are the commitments that we have gathered so far from our keynote speakers. And I'd like to, before I invite Honorable Waithera Chege, I'd like you to clap for the keynote address speakers, for their commitments and for their time, and for gracing this annual Women's Rights Convention. Waithera, please come and add more and tell us more about the motion.
So tumefika mwisho ama tumekaribia mwisho, si ndio? Sasa Daisy, we said in the morning we were going to break down the language. Ndio wamama wakitoka hapa wajue vile wanaenda kusema mashinani. So what I want to hear from these women, Olive, and that's why I want very quick microphones at the middle, at the back. Tunataka kusikia wamama kutoka hapa wanataka tusaidiane namna gani. Very quickly, only 6 of them, 3. I'm not taking it from you because we are posting these things to you. So nataka wamama wachache, 3 upande huu na 3 upande huu. We want to hear how you'd like Crown Trust and all these organizations here zenye zimeandikwa hapa, vile tutaweza kuwasaidia mkiwa mashinani kuhakikisha ya kwamba hii agenda ya climate change imefika mashinani. Jua vile anataka kusaidika. This side, apart from the lady in red, au wengine wote wamesaidika, tutavuka upande huu. Give her the microphone please.
Chenye ilikuwa tunataka tusaidike sisi akina mama wa mashinani, bado tunahitaji training za kutosha, alafu pia tunahitaji participation hususan mambo ya policy making, pia capacity build ya technology sensitization on policy na financial to women, wapewe miradi ambayo itawawezesha kupigana na janga hili la mabadiliko.
Hiyo ni ya maana sana. Asante sana. Our rapporteur is taking notes, and Daisy, from here we are going to carry out trainings mashinani ya mambo ya climate change. Upande huu
tuko hapa.
Kuna mkono upande
Mwashi ni kama unatusahau hii side. Tunataka kuhusishwa just the same way amesema. We need to be empowered more. Kwa sababu hizi vitu umetumia kizungu kingi sana, tungetaka you put it in a mwananchi language, a layman's language, tuweze pia sisi kuweza kuongelesha wale wengine. Then about the issue of the tree planting, we have women groups in the community. How are you going to help us pia sisi tujipate part and parcel of these organizations? Kindly.
Very good proposal there.
Nipigieni makofi.
Waidera?
Yes, please.
I am wearing high heels and you still can't see me.
Oh, I can see you, Governor.
You can see the governor, the people's governor.
Hata kama kura haikutosha.
Haikutosha.
Karibu sana.
We are grateful to God.
Sawa sawa.
First of all, I would like to really acknowledge this very, very timely and carefully thought out conference. I wish, Daisy, we had 3 days so that we unpack, internalize, and own, totally. But nevertheless, there are very serious gains that have come out of this. And what I have seen that causes the grassroots women to continue being included is absence of just policy frameworks and localization. I'm glad to hear you have a motion that you are tabling.
Yes.
I wish you can share it with the Council of Governors, so that all the counties then, we don't have to reinvent the wheel, and you do the donkey work for us. I would really love to see that happening in Kiambu.
Okay.
Because that is where now the community structures will be created, and the themes will be, or the programs will be formulated, and also budgetary allocation. Remember, we do program-based budgeting.
Asante.
So please share with us that.
I will share the motion with you. We will have it both on Twitter, on Facebook, in our website, and you can be able to access it through those channels. The lady who is standing, give her the mic, a proper mic.
So my name is Salma Twalib kutoka Dagoretti North. I think kama government tunafaa kufanya civic education a lot kule mashani kabisa, because niko hapa lakini kuna mwenye hawezi tufikia. If kama nyinyi viongozi mtakuja na mulete all the stakeholders watueleze kuhusu climate ni nini, tusijutie because tunasema ni Mungu, now tumelearn kuwa it because of development countries. So if kama government mnaweza kuja huku chini kabisa na mkuje na stakeholders, itakuwa pia ni vizuri.
Asanti, tumekupata vizuri. Nataka kuwakumbusha ya kwamba kwa hiki kikao tumekuwa tumetarget the metropolitan areas. So it's not only Nairobi that's seated here, we also have people from Kajiado, we have people from Murang'a, we have people from...
Thank you. Yangu naitwa Leonida Nyota kutoka Dagoretti North. Nataka kuongea kuhusu climate finance. Kindly all the stakeholders mnafaa mshikane, at least muhamasishe na mtrain watu mashinani kuhusu the climate finance, cause wengi hata mimi ni mara ya kwanza nimeisikia hapa, and I know there is a way we can access at the grassroots level.
Very good.
And then also kindly train us on clean technology, ndiposa pia sisi tuweze kuparticipate katika hii mata ya climate change.
Kabisa.
Thank you.
Asante sana. Nataka kujua kama umeketi hapo, whether you live in Nairobi or otherwise, na uko na shamba, hata kama ni kashamba kadogo lakini ni kashamba kako, you have control over that land. Inua mkono juu. Kama uko na shamba hata pahali unaweza panda sukuma wiki, cabbage, it doesn't have to be an acre, but you have an access to a piece of land. Watu wangapi? Usiogope, inua mkono kabisa tukuone. I think Daisy, you can see the percentage, because we will start visiting those pieces of lands. Tunakuja huko na Daisy kuona hiyo shamba, tujue vile tutakusaidia kwa hii mambo ya climate change. Was there anything else on this side? Very quickly. Go straight to the point.
Okay, good evening, everyone. First, what I want to say is thank you to Crown Trust for giving us this opportunity to be here, because it has been a great conference, especially for us persons with disability. As you can see, we are a team of around 4 or 5 deaf people who are in this conference. But what I would request, the assistance that we need is to have more of these conferences that will empower us to go back and empower other people out there. Because as you know, we the deaf people get information when it's very late because of our challenges of communication, but we find other people, they have the opportunity to get all the information from everywhere. But for us, persons with disability, we are always left behind. And as you are all aware, we have different types of disability, especially we have persons with albinism. They are really affected by climate change. And also with the deaf people, without the interpreters, will not really understand that climate change can really affect us. So we really need to be involved in all the decision-making processes from the county level until the national level, because there's nothing for us without us. So we need to be involved from the grassroots level to the national level.
No problem.
So that we may be involved very well, and we can also implement
that in our future meetings we will have all the interpreters with us. Finally, Jane there. Ulikuwa umesimama? Go on.
Mimi naitwa Jane kutoka South B. Swali langu ni tumesoma, lakini wengi wetu tunarudi ghetto. Hatuna mahali tunaweza enda, tunapanda ama mahali tunashirikiana, masomo yetu tunaishianga hapa. Kwa zile vikundi tumeanza huko, tunaweza saidika aje kwa hizo mashirika zote?
Asante, hiyo ni swali nzuri. I know in the next 1 minute, I'm inviting Daisy to give us a vote of thanks. Yale mambo nataka kuwaelezea ni ya kwamba tunataka kuanza na nyinyi. Tumewapatia information. If you are seated there today and you registered at the main entrance, From today we are calling you an agent of change within the climate change agenda. Kwa hivyo wewe ndio tunafanya kazi na wewe. Tumepatana? So what we are going to do, we are going to start visiting you from huko, tukuje huko mashinani. Na tukija huko mashinani, you are the people we are going to use to mobilize other members of the society so that we can be able to train more members on the issues of climate change. Tumepatana? Lugha inaeleweka? Ya kwamba wewe tumekuita nani? Agent of change. Even akina Lea, I don't know where Lea, I'm also coming to Pokot. And when we come to Pokot, we also want you to mobilize women. We want to have a proper discussion ya mashinani kuhusu mambo ya climate change. So we are not only doing this in Nairobi, so we want to encourage each and every one of you. If you are seated there, I want to ask Daisy, please try and get as much resources as possible so that we can be able to give capacity to these women tufanye hiyo kazi yote mashinani. Tupigie Daisy makofi. Karibu sana utupatie vote of thanks.
Thank you so much, Mheshimiwa Waithira. And thank you so much to all of you. My first vote of thanks, first of all, as always, Simnajua, daughter of Yahweh. Successful meeting, and I think that he has answered our prayer. So our thanks go to Yahweh. I also want to thank, of course now in absentia, all our development partners. We have such wonderful development partners who allow us to make decisions on the issues that we consider pertinent. So I want to thank Global Affairs Canada, that is the Canadian government. I want to thank CARE Canada, CARE Kenya, Akina Mama wa Africa, who is also one of the partners who has supported us in this meeting. The voices under which we do the Voices for Climate Action, and continues to be our friend even in the cabinet, the Office of Cabinet Secretary Soipan, the High Commissioner for Canada, who always, as I said in the morning, we always drag him to all our events and he always comes. He is always faithful to come. I want to thank Honorable Elachi, who somehow managed to slip out without us seeing. She's very busy with her constituents because of the candidates who are having their exams. So she's distributing success cards and going and praying together with them. I really want to thank Honorable Elachi because she's also one of the ones who, her office is one of the organizers of this event. I want to thank my very dear friend, Honorable Waithira Shege. We had this conversation, yes, clap for Waithira. We had this conversation with Waithira, I think maybe 3 months ago. And she said, we have to do something about climate change. It's a serious problem. I've moved serious motions and we know an act in the county assembly. We need to get women involved. And so that's how we decided that this year's annual Women's Rights Convention would focus on climate change. And of course, it coincided with COP27. I also want to thank Carol Mungo and Elizabeth Watuti, also those from the UNEP and the Stockholm Environmental Institute in absentia also. All the moderators, Dr. Vicky. You know Vicky, I've known for some time, many years back, in politics. She used to be a secretary general of a party. When one politician was vying for the presidency, I will not tell you which politician. And so I haven't seen Vicky for long. I mean, we've been chatting on WhatsApp, but I see her one day on telly. And I'm like, when did you become an environmental scientist? She was like, Daisy, I'm even doing my PhD. And I was like, come, we talk about these climate issues. So I really want to thank all the moderators, Vicky, Ellie Joy. Ellie Joy, our champion, our friend. She's really a friend of Crown Trust. Even this program that we are in, the WVL program, when Ellie Joy was in care, she's the one who told them, she told them, if you want an organization that will help you bring women together, you better put Crown Trust on this list. That's actually how we got onto the WVL program. And Ellie Joy, there is another program, by the way, that we are also getting into on the blue economy. You better bring in Crown Trust. And so Ellie Joy is always, you know, there is that meme that we see going around that your true friend name of Crown Trust with her. And she is also such a great resource because when we need to do baseline surveys and we need experts, she's always there. She's a true champion. Thank you so much. In the National Women's Steering Committee, she represented the, sometimes you will see them on TV when they are I really want to thank you. The panelists, Oh no, I'm going to thank her. She's the one overall. So then I also want to thank all the panelists, all of you, including the gentleman from NEMA. Today you are really ulimulikwa kabisa. NEMA ilimulikwa, but you have stood strong. You stood strong. You have defended the institution. Thank you so much. I really want to appreciate all the panelists. Jackie, who I haven't seen in a while, thank you so much, really, for your expertise. Yator and Leonida and the team, Julie, Seed Savers. You know, the work that you people are doing is so important. And even just listening to you about the freedom that being able to have our own individual and indigenous food sources, what it means. This is a message that we must take there, especially to the women. And I think this is something that we must fight for. I really want to appreciate you and the work that you do, because I don't think it's easy to fight against these multinationals. So, you know, it's a really big task, and I want to thank you. I want to thank all the other panelists. And of course, I thank you participants, participants. Thank you so much for taking the time to be with us. It's been a long day. I know we've broken the time bank, but you have been faithful, you have remained behind. I really want to thank you. I also want to thank our county coordinators who have come from the counties. They have traveled in this weather to come and to be part of this discussion, and also the great work they're doing. I want Esther Pokot. She's a true champion of women. She's doing so much, not fighting for the education of the girl child, fighting for women's rights in leadership, many, many things. She has also been recognized by the state. Also, she has a head of state commendation, and she's one of our key partners in the National Women's Steering Committee. Champion, true champion. From Kwale, we have Mwanakombo. Where are you? Yes, we have Mwanakombo, also another champion. These guys do so much work. Let me tell you, in Kwale, they have really been going through a lot of difficulty, but they have been working to educate the community, and over time, you know, really helping them to understand that there are better ways of doing things. Thank you so much, Mwanakombo. From Nyandarua, where is Teresia? Oh, you're all seated together there. Teresia, thank you so much for coming from Nyandarua. You know, when you see some of the things that are happening in our communities, when you talk about climate change, I remember watching the video clip from Nyandarua of a river that has dried up completely. It was once there, it is not there anymore. It is just land and rocks. There's a lot of work that we need to do. I want to thank the media and the media team. Thank you so much for attending, for giving us coverage. Thank you so much, even just for making us heard and seen. We appreciate you. I want to appreciate the Kenya Sign Language interpreters, our wonderful friends, for the fantastic work that you do. We really appreciate you. The sound team, the communications team, and above all, you know, everybody here, you've just been hearing Daisy, 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 but really, I tell you, I have a wonderful team. Some of them are here, some of them are not, but we have a wonderful team, at Crown Trust, led by Lillian Kang'ethe. Lillian, you can stand up for everybody to see you. The blonde-haired lady. Yes, Lillian. And then Cindy. Cindy, stand up. That young lady, Cindy Kobe, is actually the one who really coordinated and put together this conference. And she also was in COP 27. She was in Sharm el-Sheikh. In fact, she just came back on Sunday. She was coordinating us even when she was in Egypt. She was still, sending messages about the things that needed to be done for this conference. Simon, I saw you somewhere. Where are you? We have Simon Maithia, who is in our communications team. We have Dennis. Is Dennis still here? Dennis is also there, also in ICT communications, led by the excellent Lillian Mukami, who is also there. Lillian, let people see you. We have our Lillian there, Lillian Mukami. She's our communications advisor, so she's the one who's behind everything, making things happen. You see, like this mosaic that you see here, all these things, when they describe them to you, we have a fantastic team. And then we also have Stephen somewhere in here. Has he left? Where are you? Stephen. Stephen is also part of our team in resource mobilization. Fantastic team. So this is the Crown Trust team. We have, many of you know Winnie. Winnie is not here. She was sequestered in the office so that she can make things happen from there. And we also have Caroline back there. And so we have a fantastic team. We also have some of our board members here. I think we can see some of our board members. We have the Honorable Cynthia Mutere here, who is our board member. Cynthia, let people see you. Stand up. And we also have Chebet Amdani, who is not only one of the trustees and board members, she's also my sister. So this is the Crown Trust team, and I really want to appreciate them because they're the ones who help make everything happen. Last and not least, I want to thank the beautiful and the charming Olive Burrows. I'm sure many of you know Olive Burrows, and if you don't know Olive Burrows, you need to be tuning in to NTV in the morning. Yeah? Olive Burrows is actually she's an anchor, she's a news anchor, and she's a wonderful lady. By the way, she fights for women. You know how people complain how women never get airtime? You're always seeing men. So even her, she's decided she has one day where she brings only women. Only women. Every Thursday, she brings only women to discuss topical issues. I want to thank her for for being our overall MC and for guiding this meeting. Thank you so much, Olive. And thank you to you all. I really wish you the very best. I think also, the ushers. Oh my gosh, how could I forget the ushers? Thank you so much. You see the white-shirted people? These guys have been here actually even from yesterday, ensuring that they are going to show you how to guide you, making sure that people don't get lost, making sure everybody knows where to sit. Thank you so much to the ushering team. And to everybody. Gosh, who have I forgotten? I hope I have not forgotten anybody. And please, if I've forgotten you, not because I want to forget, please feel thanked and appreciated for everything that you've done, and just for being here. We want to appreciate you. We're going to keep this conversation going. Waithera has tethered herself to me, and I'm telling you, we are going to plant those trees. I'm not sure we'll be able to do the billions, but we will definitely contribute to that target. 100%. We are definitely going to also go into the food space and everything. We're going to lend our voices to all those issues. So I just want to thank you. I do also want to make an announcement around the transport reimbursements. Transport reimbursements will be done, but you will get them on your phone through M-Pesa this evening. Okay? this evening. So don't panic. As you leave, please don't panic. You signed the sheet, so you will get it. You will receive it on phone. I hope all of you registered. I know there were 2 people who had not been registered. I hope you have been registered. And okay, so you need to talk to Lillian about that. Lillian with the blonde hair. So I want to thank you. I want to thank you all and to welcome Olive to close for us and also lead us in the words of the grace. We must always give thanks to Yahweh again. Thank you.
Put Cindy on the spot.
No, I put you on the spot. Yes, there's only one.
Let me, speakers, you know that guy who says mtukufu rais? Yeah, let us be upstanding. This one I'm sure we all know. Daisy, did you say the grace? Okay. Our Muslim brothers and sisters, mtaturuhusu hii. This one we all know. We go together. May the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, love of God, and the fellowship be with us now and forevermore. Amen. All right, makofi. Sasa, the national anthem. Break any windows. No, there's a soundtrack. The one we used at the start? Bado kazi haijaisha. Do we have it, Lillian? Sasa tunaweza jipigia wote makofi. Good. All right, you guys have been a fantastic team. Just one more thing, guys, before you leave.
Yeah.
Just one more thing. Cindy, do you have a good camera phone? Come up. We do just one video, all of us, yeah? And then we say what? Annual Women's Rights Convention. Cindy will come up here and then we'll take one selfie. All of us, a video or a...